Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Dr. Dingle's outside, he's all over Lummy's rims. You make sure you see his thing too.
It's true. Dan's all about. In fact, he opened the show up today as, "I like wearing biker pants because it makes me look well hung."
Yep.
I mean, you really, 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 really love to put over your penis, don't you?
I mean, it puts itself over.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Whoa. I had to come back to the studio yesterday and do this spot for one of our podcasting clients, and when you run it through my little laptop over there, Lummy, my mic has to be way low.
Oh,
because it like overmodulate, so I have to I have it right there.
Wow.
Yeah, like that's where I have to have it to go in. And at that point, I can't really hear myself in the headphones that much because the more you jack up your headphones, because it runs off the headphone feed. So where I plug my computer in runs off the headphone feed, which then so the input into the laptop computer is the monitor to the headphones. So you got to have your headphones way low and your mic way low. It's just ridiculous. Macho Man didn't even really know about it. He probably could build me something better, a little bit better, but that would be priority number 75,000 around here.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a list.
He's got a big list. I think they're opening up the big garage doors today.
Yes.
Is that going to be during the show?
He's going to do it, yeah, while it's a little cooler out.
Yeah, that's fine. At least that's what I deciphered today. I came in kind of in a little bit of a stupor, and Mach was here early and was telling me a bunch of stuff, like about some GoDaddy accounts and all this kind of deal. And then I think I heard something about he's going to open up both garage doors and start working on that shelving. So he may not be available. Mike, he'll be not on his mic most of the time.
Julie Caldwell, $100 on the
Oh, that's my girl from Warsaw.
Neil Malplaisir, $100 on the van.
Look at that. $100. Julie Bernal lives in Warsaw. And John... And was that John Costica?
No, Neil Malplaisir.
Oh, it was Neil Malplaisir. I thought it was. I'm sorry.
Those are
Neil
for lottery
Malplaisir.
tickets.
Neil Malplaisir, I think, lives in South Carolina.
Yeah, and he said we can buy some lottery tickets for that.
That's right. We got to buy lotto tickets tonight, but we're not buying them as a group. We're buying them individual.
Yes.
Because, like, if we won, why would we want to give anything to Anna?
Wow. I was not expecting that.
I'm just kidding. I want you to be rich, too. I want you to be rich. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
10 years later, she'll be the only one with money left.
Yeah, honest to God.
Yeah.
Anna, if we win the lottery, we're going to be like, okay, Anna, here's $5 million. But it comes with a caveat. You must sign a contract where you invest a certain amount right now in case we all go bottom up, and then that's our money.
Well, are you guys really planning on living more than 10 years anyways?
I'm just saying, no. Like, Anna, here's $4 million.
Yeah.
But it's really only $3 million. Because we're telling you to take this $1 million and invest it, okay? And if we but at the end of the day, if we pull the we need our money back kicker, Dan would have it all written up, Dan, Steve, and Jay, that we could exercise our Anna $1 million kicker because it's in the contract, you'd have to give us that money back.
Oh,
but
please.
you'd still,
You know how
Anna,
much Jewish guidance I have in my life? Please.
Dan, the thing about the little bitch is she'd probably take our $1 million, and by the time we blew our R's, she'd have it up to 10.
Thank
and
God.
Be like, thank God we put the Anna $1 million kicker in there.
Right. We may give her 2 or 3 to invest.
She took her 4 and turned it into 12, and took our 1 and turned it into 4.
Right.
So thanks, Anna.
Yeah, no problem.
We took our 500
we took our 500 and blew it on whores. Oh, man.
Oh, this could be just you and me with red faces and no money.
Oh. So anyway, welcome everybody. Macho Man's going to be doing a shelving project, getting this place whipped into shape.
It might be a little bit loud in a couple hours.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, not with the Tico's coming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're going to do the whole wall.
And then if that's if the garage doors are open and Tico are out there, thinning back the stuff, we might really, and here's the deal. I don't want Macho Man to close the doors all of a sudden. I want to hear the remnants of chainsaws and no other radio
and
show.
The workers, hola!
Yeah, all that. I want all that. I want all that.
Mexican hat dance playing.
Exactly.
Back in the day, I would want utter silence, not to be disturbed. But now I'm like, yeah, let's hear chainsaws and Mexicans cutting down trees and Macho Man building shelves. Let's hear it all. I need a good distraction. Talk about that. So anyway, the shelving gets done today. Lummy, I'm telling you, buddy, you only I
thought we planned it yesterday on Friday.
Okay, I'm just reminding you because I don't want to fire you on the 16th.
So
I don't really want to fire you.
Are we not doing it Friday?
No, we're doing it on Friday.
Okay,
but I'm saying you have to line up worms and you have to have the poles and you have to I got the 2 lawn chairs we can sit on.
Okay.
So you don't have to have
an umbrella.
I was gonna bring a fan.
No, like, see, that's way overthinking it. Just two fishing poles.
You sound like my dad.
Listen, Lummy, you son of a bitch. That's calling me an old guy.
Oh, that's what he said. But then when I brought my fan, he was really happy when I had it.
Let me. In order to have a fan means you're going to be out there for a long time, which means you're going to get hot and you're going to need a fan. Now, if this pond is what you say it is, we're going to get some worms. We're going to bait up our little hook with our bobber. Could even be a cane pole, and we're going to sit in our little chairs and we're going to throw it out there a little bit, and within, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, we should have one hooked.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if it goes the way you say the pond is stocked, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and one wouldn't need a fan because we caught a fish.
Oh, I thought you just wanted to hang out there for an hour or so with me.
Maybe get
You're
a
still going to be covered in sweat, Bubba.
but
10
hold on.
minutes, 5 minutes, 60 minutes.
So, Lummy, should I maybe, set up... well, see, can we go? Yeah, because see, Anna's live on Fridays. Anna's live on
the tubes
on Facebook and on YouTube. But we could just go live on locals, could we not?
Yeah, we could.
Really?
Yeah, do a little competition.
No, I hold on.
You're
wasn't.
gonna pull from my already dwindling audience.
Yeah, that wouldn't be cool.
That hurts my feelings.
All right, I guess we'll just tape it then. Rhett will be out there. Can tape it.
Yeah, we'll tape it.
Thanks,
we'll tape
Bubs.
it. So we'll tape it. You're welcome. See, I have compassion in my heart.
Deep
down, Anna, deep down, I was giving you like $4 million on the lotto. I mean,
I appreciate it.
If I liked you, if I did not just deeply, and we've been having some sister girl talks lately.
We have.
Like friendship stuff.
Yeah, and that's 3.5 million more than you were going to give me yesterday, so I'll take it.
So I'm just saying, you're my girl, and I like the
tank,
the effort.
Yes.
I like the effort
Look at me
today.
looking like a woman.
You look like a woman.
I do. Especially
I love
with these guns. I'm feeling super jacked today.
Anna, so, you're a big-time radio star. What's the one thing that your boss wants you to do most? Oh, he wants me to do production and edit this and edit that and watch us.
Just dress my gender.
He just wants me to look cute.
Like a girl.
That's it. He didn't really care. He doesn't even really care about what comes out of my mouth because I can pretty much say anything I want. I mean, Anna, you probably hold restraint sometimes on probably things about how you want to blurt out about me.
No.
But, this is probably the most freedom this is certainly the most real estate and amount of talk time you've ever had.
Oh, no doubt.
On the biggest platform and probably the most unfiltered.
Oh, yeah, without a question.
This is this is the biggest platform you've ever been on. And with the most amount of real estate being able to talk like a bona fide co-host on an unfiltered, you can pretty much say, there's things that you could say here that you couldn't say in other places that you've been to.
Yes, without a doubt.
Right. So, yeah, me and Anna are getting close.
There's things I can say here that I can't even say in my own home.
Dan, why do you think your brother pays me to have you on the air? Because it's all about therapy.
Right.
This is the way the family thinks. Okay, I'm not supposed to tell you this here. Okay, hold on. I should play the proper music. So this is what Steve comes to me and says, hey, Bubba, Danny's a real handful and he doesn't have an outlet to, be a dick. But if you could just have him on 3 days a week, it really, 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 really causes him to be less dickful to the family. Romina's begging, please have him on the air. And in fact, you'll find a cash envelope every 30th in your glove box.
It's working out perfectly.
So because the more that he's on your show, the less stressed and dickful he is to his workers and to his family. And so this is Dan. Dan, this is kind of your get it out and being a dick therapy, is it not?
Right, because I'm dickful.
No, but you're able to get it out.
Does that mean you're full?
You're going to get out. You're going to get a certain amount of level of dickness out in a day, are you not?
Yes.
Okay.
No matter what.
No matter what.
It's coming out.
No matter what.
It's like it's seeping out from the
You
seams.
you got a certain par of dickness that just exhumes from you on a daily basis.
Pretty
now,
much.
how many people are included in that dickness? Probably has to do with, how many people you're going to interact with that day. Well, if you've already been able to be a dick for 4 hours before going into the real world, it's really watered down your dickness a little bit, right?
Yeah, when you blow your
You're out.
dickness load, then you aren't as dicky.
Right.
Going forward.
And that was, and then we were speaking metaphorically, like almost in medical terms.
Right.
Or whatever. I don't
Right.
even know. No, we were not speaking in medical terms. We were speaking in
metaphors.
Metaphors.
Metaphorically.
We were speaking, if you're able to blow your dickness load, then that decreases the amount of dickness one would have in a fiscal day.
You're not dickness gummed up.
Right. But if your first interaction of the day is the surgery center and the nurses at the surgery center start pissing you off just on one little thing load. And you haven't had 4 hours of dickness relief, that first dick is really pretty stiff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be pretty much.
The first person that makes a wrong move at the surgery center, because there's a lot of times where you go right from your home to the surgery center. Am I right?
Yes.
You have radio office days, you have office days, you got straight surgery days. So what time is your first case usually? What time? 8 o'clock, which means you walk in at what time?
7:30.
7:30. And there's a certain amount of stuff that you need to have already been done when you walk in there, right? And if somebody has, remember one time somebody forgot your paper in your Diet Pepsi.
Right.
And that would have been the first.
You don't want a big dick explosion.
Is there? Do you throw a fit?
Yes.
Seriously? You throw a fit?
I throw a fit. Anything that doesn't go right, I throw a fit. I'm such a prima donna.
So Anna, when the merch crick was getting her new jugs, I was in there at the surgery center, and they're like, when you're a patient of Dr. Diaco's, they're extra nervous that they do the right thing because like the decorum of most doctors would be like, nurse, I thought you had already had the IV ran by now. I don't understand. Could you? Listen, I'm going to go wash up and get ready for surgery. Could you please run her IV? And I'll be back. Dan would be like, "Are you kidding me? You know that I want the IV ran before I walk in this door. You know that. How many times you worked here? Huh? How long you been here? How many times have I ever not done it that way? I always do that the way. Do you know I'd have more surgeries at this center than any other doctors combined?"
Just throwing stats at you.
Yeah. Do you know that if I walk my ass down to HR, you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. Dan, am I not kidding? That's how you are.
I cut such a big promo a couple months ago that I got in trouble for it. So
hold on, you got in You got in trouble on the promo that you cut off.
I got called into the principal's office.
No, hold on. Let's just. There's a pattern here, Dan.
There's a pattern.
Yeah, listen, hold on.
A pattern.
Dan,
whether you're Uber Eats driver,
you just got corporate leave. You just got a corporate Uber strike. Uber basically put you on probation because you were so mean and cut such a promo on an Uber driver that she reversed the heat on you and went to corporate before you could go to corporate, and now you got an Uber community standard strike. And so you're saying that you cut such a promo at the surgery center a few months ago that the boss man of the surgery center had to bring you in and said, "Dr. Diaco, although we appreciate your business and by far we want to keep you happy and we don't want to lose your business, and that's why you have your private VIP parking spot, and there's just so many things we like to do, but you just can't make the girls cry, buddy. I mean, you can direct them and tell them you're not happy, but you had, 2 girls in tears yesterday."
Not my fault. They're so soft that they have to cry every time I raise a voice.
Dan,
I was born 25 years too late, Bubba. That's the problem.
Yeah, all right, so
I should be on the verge of retiring and not dealing with all these.
You would have been a really
snowflake.
Can you imagine how much of a Renaissance man you would have been back in the 70s?
Oh wow,
man! If you were
big mustache, hairy chest.
Hold on, but if you were a plastic surgeon and a doctor, if you were a plastic surgeon and a doctor in the 70s,
oh my God,
or the early 80s, oh my God, you would have been slaying it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't, but
no, but you didn't slay. I don't know.
There would have been even more slaying.
Yeah,
and more cooking.
I really like The Witcher.
Oh yeah. So anyway, Dan, when they called you in, what did they say? First of all, what did you do to cut the?
Well, there was a crisis, and I was being animated, and someone was trying to.
Hold on, Danny. Is that what we call when you're being a dick? You're animated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, when I drive, I'm an assertive driver. I'm not an aggressive driver. I'm assertive. If that's my spot, it's my spot.
Okay, Dan. We're not driving. We're talking to women nurses at the surgery center.
Right. Well, so they gave me wrong information. They made a mistake, and then based their diagnosis on the mistake that they made, And then I got really, 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 really mad.
Boy, that was five. That might have been 5 or 6 reallys on it for those working at home.
I got really
I was trying to count them, but I lost count.
I got really mad. And someone was there that's not normally there. And, she didn't tolerate my animation. So
what, she didn't know how things worked around there?
Well, I guess not.
She was new?
Not so much new as she's not there that much. She's not really used to me,
Right.
and I take some getting used
your
to.
enthusiasm.
Right.
You mean the
so I
girl?
was a little over enthusiastic.
You mean the girls?
For her taste.
God forbid the girls didn't take her aside and said, "Hey, Marge, there's just one guy."
Marge.
His name's Dan Diaz. His name's Dan Diaco. He's this real slickster Italian dude. And quite frankly, Marge, he's pretty damn hot. But anyway, and us girls, we stare at his scrubs and we see the outline of his 12-inch penis. But other than that, he's a real handful, man. He is he's a prima donna. He rolls up in here, and of course we got to kiss his ass because our bosses are saying he's one of the highest volume guys around here. Like if we lose his business, we'd be in trouble. So we have to kiss this guy's ass, but he's a real dick. I'm just telling you, don't piss him off. Don't upset him. Just stay off his radar. Don't even look him in the eyes if you don't have to.
Well, she made the mistake of tangling with me, and so
she locked horns with you?
Yeah.
This girl locked horns with you?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
She's an anesthesiologist.
Really?
Yeah, and I went off on her.
Well, see, you anesthesiologists and doctors sometimes do kind of
Oh, they battle all the time.
Right.
They battle all the time. It's like.
But I mean, hold on. So, what would be the battle? Like, you want them more under or less under,
let's go back now instead of you guys just sitting around playing, solitaire on your phones. Get off your asses and let's go.
Let's go start.
We
cutting.
got a crisis here. Let's do this.
Oh, so there was a crisis,
right? And everyone was just sitting on their ass looking for another reason not to do it.
Now,
I'm like, F all y'all.
I even heard that it wasn't your procedure.
No,
it was a different doctor's.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
And then someone shows up in my lap, and then I got to fix it, and it's timely.
Let me explain. Let me explain. So there's one Dan. Let me see if I can explain it in real vague terms, but I be correct. There's this other doctor that has another case going on in an operating room, and he gets into some real gray areas of maybe killing this person, whatever. Dan, what was? I don't even.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Okay,
that's not what it was.
But it
was someone else. Someone else from another that was out of town had a problem. Patient shows up in my lap. I try to get the patient to the operating room fast. She's stable. They say she's unstable because they're using the wrong size blood pressure cuff and giving me wrong information. So I went crazy, got the patient in, fixed her, everything was good. And then, the next week I hear I gotta go, like I said, talk to the principal because I was just a little too aggressive.
But what would you?
But you know what? F off. If you're screwed, and I'm in your corner advocating for you, I'm going to fight for you.
It's us.
Dan, we're
He's having PTSD.
I'm saying it rhetorically.
Okay, I'm saying okay,
no,
buddy.
I do it again. You know what I mean? They were wrong. They were jeopardizing this patient. I saved the patient, and I'm in trouble for trying to, be an advocate and get this patient moving forward.
You get
instead
in trouble
of sitting on my ass and letting things, letting the rain fall.
You're saying because you were assertive, because you were in a pretty, a pretty emergency situation.
The thing was, it wasn't an emergency. They created an emergency that didn't exist.
I understand.
And they tried to respond negatively to it and say, well, now it's an emergency. You can't do it here. I'm like, what do you mean? So I win.
Again, I win. That should be a new T-shirt.
Again,
I win. Again, I win.
So patient won, I won. Everyone else can go kiss my ass.
But anyway,
because I have a little element of decorum.
Now, Dan, listen.
Really?
Hi. Yeah. I'm Dan, and I have a very high of decorum.
Decorum. Jason got decorum. I've got decorum.
Let me give Dan a +2 for that whole segment. Okay? Yeah. I got to pull my Muffy out of the weeds. He's, poor little Muff.
I feel like the fish in the pond.
Poor little thing. He's, the second most popular thing here, but he's just, you know what, Aunt Dan, the scoring system just really does show you're kind of a bad boy. See, I mean, you're good. You're never going to be, even if you're a negative 100 right now, I wouldn't be taking you off the air. I might be having a talk with you about, calming down a little bit, but, you're the bad boy. You're the bad boy of the show. But so well, everybody likes the bad boy. Lummy, would it show that he's would the score show that he's no? I guess Rhett would be the bad.
Rhett's
He's
the bad
Rhett's
boy.
just the
he's a
F up.
daredevil.
No.
He's the outlaw.
Yeah, he's the. You know what? The ranking system, Lummy, is exactly how things are around here. You and Macho Man are you're the most popular, like by far. Like everybody loves the slow guy. The slow, funny, and not only that, but you represent them too. They got the, can you imagine, Dan, that's how messed up our Bubba Army is? Can you imagine if the NFL Players Association, they elected the slowest guy to represent them, right?
Well, they have, and it seems like Goodell's not real fast himself.
But when they had Gene Upshaw and stuff, they had a guy, they had smart, guys that knew the game, inside and out. So the chat, their union rep is Lummy.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yep.
Lummy, you're the chat union rep, which is why they love you so much, which is why you're so popular, which you're basically untouchable. I mean, I even let you destroy a computer, did I not?
Yes, you did.
I mean, I would never allow, but in today's world, like you think if Anna would have done that, Anna would have been out of here.
Yep.
Anna going off like that. But Lummy, you can destroy computers. And Dan could be a minus 110. And you guys are just, you're the most 1 and 2 most popular people here on the show. And then what is the official scores, Lummy?
Lummy +3, Macho +2.
See, I love Macho,
Can I
man.
ask a question? Is this for the day, for the week, for the month?
This is the year. This is the year. This is cumulative, Dan.
Yes.
So you can see you can see where you stand. All right, back.
+3
Hold
for
on.
Lummy.
I almost feel like giving Dan a -1 for the interruption, but I'm not going to because he's my muff.
And he needs some points.
He does. Yeah, poor guy. He's just. I think I've been real. You know what? I've been really heavy. Aren't you heavy-handed on those that you love the most?
Yes, I'm hard
exactly.
on Danny. Exactly.
I'm hard. Yeah, you're hard on Dan. E. And Sophie. No, you give Sophia a pass.
Yeah, almost every time.
You kind of do.
I do.
She's your favorite. I mean, let's just be honest. She's so cute, and she's just like she never gets in trouble. She doesn't really cause no problems. She's just super easy to deal with. Whereas little Danny, he's a hellion, is he not?
Yeah, but he's calming down, and she's becoming a little bit more of a smartass. And so,
the tide's changing a little bit.
Because he he wants to be hang out and stuff like that. So he's cooperative.
So he's now kind of getting that point where I want to be as cool as Dad and his guy friends. Well, maybe not his guy friends, but at least cool as Dad. Nonetheless,
We're the brothers.
So let me give me the total score. If we were by the way, Bobby Pierce won last night. I think. Congratulations. His thing was on the back of my. Lummy, we're getting a lot of good response from the pictures that we flash behind me.
Oh, nice.
So is it pictures at what?
Bubba Army Pics, PICS.
Bubba Army Pics, PICS
at gmail.com.
At gmail.com. Bubba Army Pics, PICS at gmail.com. If you're, but it just can't be like just a picture of you. Has to be you, just showing your Bubba Army, or like there you are with Lummy. Is that Buck from Charleston? I think it was just a second ago. You guys might be delayed.
Yeah, we're a little
maybe
delayed,
I'm delayed. You're delayed. There's Greg and Amy.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, if there's boy, people love those dog harnesses. I think we got more dog harnesses coming soon.
Sweet.
So if you got a picture of me and you doing a selfie, or maybe you got a picture of me and you and Heather in Pittsburgh at a Bubba Palooza or whatever, or your dog with their new Bubba Army harness, or your semi. Look at that. That's a race car, Lummy, with the Bubba. The guy from that guy's from Arizona, and he had Bubba. I don't know what that is.
That's a good
That's me
picture.
being a round mouth. The hell's that? I don't know what's that.
What's a round mouth?
Round mouth is just kind of a dumb dude, like just a mouth breather, kind of like a mouth breather. A round mouth is like a mouth breather,
okay.
I don't know, why is mouth breathing considered stupid?
Well, we used to have Decap here, and he was a mouth breather.
I'm just saying, I'm asking Dan, like medically, why are people that breathe through their mouth is it me, or is they like people that breathe through their mouth are always considered somewhat stupid? That's like a stupid thing.
That's more like a creepy thing.
I don't know if it's a stupid thing, but it certainly isn't a pleasant thing. And, I'm glad that I can breathe through my nose.
I know, but do you think there's some people that are so stupid that they don't know that etiquette-wise you're supposed to breathe through your nose? You can breathe through your mouth, I guess, but
it's dried out mouth, and then but a lot of people with some mental challenges do mouth breathe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
Maybe
it seems like if you have like a little bit of an R before your name, then you tend to mouth breathe.
Maybe mouth breathing goes with being a little messed up.
Right.
Like maybe it's a gene, the gene that makes you realize that it's more efficient to breathe through your nose. They don't have that gene or that ability, and they just their body just goes to survival mode, which I guess the natural would be like,
Yeah, I
don't
like
know.
a panting dog. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting because it seems very true that people with severe mental challenges do mouth breathe.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like I've always been brought up like if somebody calls you if you call somebody a mouth breather, that you're kind of calling them stupid.
I guess I would go along with that. I
Yeah.
just don't like.
And have you ever heard of that? Like a mouth? Look at that mouth breather.
I've never called anyone that, but it is distracting.
I'm not
when they
asking
do
if
it.
you've used it as a slur. I'm just saying, is your explanation or what you think about it is what we think about it? Like, is that what you always correlated?
I always thought it was more of like a creepy thing than a stupid thing.
Okay. Still, neither
good.
Neither good.
Not
So
good.
mouth breather, we got possible stupidity or creepiness.
Yeah.
Both of which are not cool in today's society.
Anna's never going to be a mouth breather. She's got a good alternative.
Oh, she's got a good intake.
I knew that was coming.
I mean, she's got like a K&N intake.
I sure
We all
do.
got stock regular. She's got a aftermarket K&N. She's got 82% more flow than we do.
She's got that big hood scoop.
No, she's got a hood scoop.
F you guys.
Oh no, we're sorry. I'm like, please
okay.
don't get mad at us.
No, I can't get mad. Of
We're
course
just-
I do. I'll
You look
describe
so
later.
cute
It's
today.
fine.
Now, when's the big hair chop off, Willie? When's that
Friday.
deal?
Are you like kind of like planning it now? It's like when it's like someone lives as a girl before they do a transition. Like you keeping your hair short and pulled up to sort of practice.
Kind of. Like I'll look in the
I'd
mirror and
love
I'll
for it to
like
be
put
like
my
that.
fingers here.
I'd like for it to be like that.
Well, this
Sinead
is
O'Connor?
But I mean, it's in a bun.
Like if she had it right there, going parallel with her microphone head cord. Like right, oh yeah, that'd be hot as hell.
Wow,
Bubba,
she
you
looked
know
like
that'd
a
look bad as hell.
No, no, Anna, I'm kind of into that. Like you know,
but I don't have white people hair.
I know. Well,
you have to take that into
Then
consideration.
you could dye it
do
blue
got
and
white
play
people.
soccer.
You can't just dye it blue. You have to bleach it first, so it's a whole process.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
You're gonna cut a whole bunch off about like where the clavicle is. I think.
That's the plan.
Now I know that you're gonna chicken out. I just know you are. All women checking out. I've had so many women be like, I'm gonna just get it all chopped off. I'm gonna come back with a ball, and then they like took like 3 inch. Oh, I just decided to cut the dead ends.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
Just saying.
I know what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to
But
you to be as
my mind has
aggressive.
been made up, yes, and
As
I might even
aggressive.
go even shorter just to stick
Oh,
it to
that
you,
would be nice.
which is what you want.
That would be nice.
right.
Let me go into words, and I'm right on time, and I love this next topic. Elon, Anna, maybe, Dan, what would be the statute of limitations for something like this?
I don't know.
Because
but
Anna
someone-
got fired. Anna got fired for something that she tweeted.
Yeah, but that was years ago. I think it's talking about like stuff that's happening right now. You know, stuff that's like since he's
All right, so it might
been in
be
charge.
it might only be like since he's owned Twitter, right?
Right, and didn't someone get in a lot of trouble for liking a meme?
Yeah, the NASCAR guy.
Yeah, the NASCAR guy.
So he'd have
if
a
I was
wonderful
I was
lawsuit.
Noah Grayson,
Right, call him right away.
And here's the other thing. It's a sexy. If you're going to do things pro bono,
Right.
you want to get as much PR as. That's why you do pro bono.
Exactly.
Is that a lot of times a big time firm or even like a Diaco Law will take on a client. I mean, a lot of what Jay used the MJ case was pro bono because he knew the exposure it would get the firm. And so a lot of times they'll take high profile cases pro bono. Well, Elon Musk says, I'm going to represent anybody that's been fired or let go by your business. We're going to represent you, no limits. Well, what would be a sexier litigation than Elon Musk is trying to make NASCAR less woke?
Awesome.
I'd see memes. I mean, talk about middle America getting behind you, because I mean, everybody thinks, every NASCAR fan, probably has a Twitter, and every NASCAR fan for the most part, men, 25 to 65 that used to be NASCAR fans now are disgusted with NASCAR, and we feel like like NASCAR's woke. It started with the Bubba Wallace stuff, and now it goes to this, where a guy's going to get indefinitely suspended for liking a George Floyd meme. Like, maybe sit down and talk to the guy and say, listen, you might want to kind of just be smart about what you retweet. And, we got your back on this. And you having some balls as NASCAR for the handful of people that are, that are causing an issue. They probably aren't even NASCAR fans to begin with. And you succumbed to whatever pressure to go ahead and suspend this guy for liking a George Floyd meme. Now, liking a George Floyd meme probably ain't the coolest thing for you to be doing.
And it was a stupid one, too. But still, he has a right, an unalienable right to like that without having to be,
unless you work for unless you work for a private company like NASCAR. They're owned by one family, not governed by anybody. They're not a publicly traded company, and they can pretty much just. If they're gonna say, okay, you know what, then you're no longer allowed in. It's literally their sandbox. It's almost like what the NFL did to John Gruden, which they'll end up regretting. But on the surface, Dan, you can't do anything about. Now John Gruden will end up probably owning half of the NFL after he gets done suing them, and all the collusion and all the oh my God, all the bad stuff that the NFL did to Gruden will be proved in the court of law through emails and stuff like that. But, boots on the ground, Gruden took the hit. And
by the way, he may be able to do a Fizzo and Kizall.
Okay, Hogan.
Wow, that was really
Hogan. I mean, honest to God, Walker figured out that one.
Fizzo and Kizall.
Fizzo and Kizall at the is end of the Wizard. Idiot.
That particular situation was getting pretty hairy.
All right. Want to make sure you're on top of it.
Time for some words before we get back to the mayhem with the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Derek Carr. You said he was embedded.
Yeah.
That's what you described it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be there. I think yeah, I mean,
probably the most preseason.
Yeah. You don't go to preseason games, do you?
I'm going Friday.
Are you? Steelers? Always.
Okay.
Look up at the king.
Yeah, I'm going to. Steve's out of town, so I got 4. I may go to Sebring after. It's like right after. What time's the game? 8? 7:30?
7:30, yeah. Good old Steelers.
What's up, Bubba Army?
I'll talk to Chad. I'll talk to Chad. I don't want to keep sleeping. I have to keep you. It's you. I love you. What's up, Julio?
man. What's going on within Colorado's mom? Morning, Sister Girl Peace.
That's good, JK. Good. Should be a fun season. I think they're starting Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, they are.
Because he's a real quarterback in Kyle Trask. Joe.
Listen to everyone.
What'd you say?
I said if you listen to everyone, they just go.
Well, I mean, I heard Love had a pretty good. Did you hear that?
Yeah, he's been throwing the deep ball.
No, but I heard. I mean, they had an inter practice. They had an inter practice deal.
Yeah, he's been throwing the ball really well.
And there was. I saw some pretty good fucking highlights on him.
No, yeah, he's looking good. I mean,
some good blips.
The only thing with preseason is you hope that you know.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think Rodgers is going to be that good for the Jets? I mean, do you think the Jets are going to be that good? Do they have? If Rodgers plays like he can, will they be good as fuck?
They'll be good. They're not going to be good as fuck. Their division's fucking hard. Bills are good. Dolphins are good. Patriots will be pretty good.
Thank you, Tommy.
I mean, you got three good teams, three good defenses, three good.
I mean,
teams.
can he take them? Can he take the Jets to the? I mean, you got to get by Cincy. You got to get by. You got to get by Buffalo. You got to get by San Diego. Something to laugh at.
KC.
You know, Kansas City. So I mean, you got to get by all those to make it to the
Baltimore now.
To get to the Super Bowl. Do you think the Jets can do it?
No.
No. Because I want fucking Rodgers not to do shit.
Well, you don't have to worry about it, Bob, because he chokes in every fucking playoff.
Well, I think it's gonna be like how Favre's year 1 year with the Jets. They'll probably just go.
No, it'll be better than that.
I don't know, man. The division's hard. The Dolphins' defense is really good. So and their offense is really good. And the Bills are really good. That's two teams in your division. You got to play 4 times. Even if they split.
Yeah, this isn't the soft NFC that you.
It's not the Bears, the Lions, the Vikings are leading. It's and the Patriots. The Patriots are going to play. So right there, that's 3 teams that most likely you'll split with. They're not gonna sweep them. So right there.
Meanwhile, Love could go. Love could fucking. If the Packers, first of all, you got Aaron Jones.
Yep.
And if these fucking wide receivers come around and they can protect him. The Packers, that's not that tough a division. Detroit's gotten better. Everybody's actually gotten better in the division. It used to be Green Bay by a mile. Now everybody's kind of tightened up, but I mean it's not as nearly as hard as the fucking division that the Jets are in. So Love could actually, have a better chance to have a better divisional record than fucking Rodgers over the Jets.
That is correct. The Packers.
I like you. Do you like me? All gimmicks, willies, Joneses, McGillicuddies, shenanigans, hickeys, and bamboozles are property of Bubba the Love Sponge Enterprises. Great success! All violations will be dealt with swiftly and painfully. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
High five!
One of these days, Lummy, Rhett, Mach, you're going to have to show me how to do the... record the podcast deal with me I'm just going to go ahead and announce it now. Tony Mandrich and I are going to start doing a Packers podcast.
That's cool.
And it's going to be called Post Packers Podcast. And it's going to be me and Tony Mandrich and then former Packers. Like former Packers that either he played with or he, and here's the deal: when a former Packer is your co-host, then booking former Packers,
it's gonna be a lot easier,
right?
Yeah,
and like Tony was like, I loved your dynamic. You be the host. I'll be the color commentator of the Packers, but I'm going to kind of navigate the ship on the questions and stuff like that. And then, Tony will be the guy to reminisce about, his experience of being a Packer and, like what
probably friends with a lot of these guys.
Right. And friends with some of these guys.
Right.
And then, talk about, maybe we'll get like, Paul Kaufman, ex tight end. We're like, hey, Paul, what was it like to play with Lynn Dickey? And, just
Bubba Franks.
Yeah. Like, Lummy, think about this. Nobody's doing that in Buccaneer land.
No.
You know, like Rhett, this is you're big on pod. I think you actually have a Buccaneer based podcast, do you not?
Just a small one, yeah.
Okay, but you do, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of Buck specific podcasts, just like there is every NFL city probably has a group of people that do podcasts about their team, right? I mean, yeah. And so within the Packers world, I've checked like the top 10 Packer podcasts, and most of them, I think the number one is the one that the Packers actually, that the team runs. Yeah. And then there's a couple of I think Larry McCarron, who's the broadcast guy, the play-by-play, him and whoever, like I think he's got a podcast and he does pretty well. But nobody's got it. There's no past Packer podcast. And so Tony Mandarich and I are going to start that. Lummy, I can announce. I think our first show is going to be the Thursday before the opening season.
Nice.
Which I got to find out what date that is.
It's in September, but I'll find out.
Probably around September 7th or 6th.
And I can't tell you who our first guest. He's working on our first guest. And the way we'll do it is I'll be here in the studio, and then behind me, I'll put a big big Packers logo, or I'll just put past Packers.
Yeah.
I think Tony's working on a logo right now, so I can maybe have our logo behind us. And then I Zoom Tony, and then we Zoom our guest, and that's how we do it.
That'd be awesome.
And the first one,
it's going to be that Thursday would be the 7th.
So
September
what?
7th.
September 7th.
Yep.
Am I in town?
The first game is September 10th.
I don't know. You're
hold on here.
You're out of town that whole week.
Oh no, hold on. Thank you very much.
Going to Indiana.
All right. So the first game is what? The 10th.
September 10th.
First game is the 10th, and I'm gone.
Oh.
I'm in Indiana, so that means we'd have to shoot it on Thursday. We're gonna have to actually tape it the 28, 29, 30, or 31.
Oh, there you go.
And that's the cool thing about doing those kind of podcasts, too, is that since it doesn't directly correlate with how the Packers are doing that year, you can record a bunch of them ahead of time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're right. But the thing about it is, you probably we are going to probably incorporate, current Packers now. Be like, hey, Lynn Dickey, who was starting quarterback in the 80s, what do you think about Love? So here's a former quarterback. Probably, I think Lynn Dickey might be third or fourth on all-time, Packer yards. I mean, think about this. I'm not trying to get too much into a Packer deal here, but what other franchise in the history of the NFL had back-to-back
15-year-plus career Hall of Fame quarterbacks? You replaced your Hall of Fame quarterback with a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, I don't even know. I mean, maybe Brett, you being somewhat of an NFL historian, you too, Dan.
San Francisco went to Young after Montana.
Did Young make the?
Young's
Super Bowl?
in Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that would have probably been. But I don't think that the Montana Young run was 30 years.
No, between the two of them, no, it's probably closer to 15.
15.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just saying, the Packers have had a Hall of Fame. How many times, when's the last time, or has it ever happened, that a franchise had a Hall of Fame quarterback for 30 consecutive years?
I don't think it's ever happened.
I don't think it's ever happened.
I mean, maybe Dallas.
What, with Danny?
Don Meredith, and then Craig Morton came after him, I think.
No, but those two both made the Hall of Fame?
It was, I think so. I know Don Meredith is in. I don't know if Craig Morton is in, but after Craig Morton, it was Roger Staubach.
All right, well, I think
that's a good, 30-year run.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't think Craig
And then Troy Aikman.
I mean, Craig Morton's probably, the worst name on that list, but
yeah, I don't think he made the Hall of Fame.
He didn't.
Yeah.
I'm right. You're wrong. Thanks. But Rhett, listen, if I kick you a little extra dollars, I'll make a little side deal with you. I'm going to have to, I want you to produce it for me. If you could produce it for me, because I might want little excerpts of, if I'm talking to Sterling Sharp, maybe you can have some Sterling Sharp highlights underneath it or something like that, or if we specifically talked about a play, like hey, Sterling, remember when Favre hit you on the right side post? In a Hail Mary Willie against Dallas, like you could go find that clip for me.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And I'll pay you. Like, no, for real. Like I would pay. Well, I'll pay you.
Thank you.
Now, would you do that for me?
Yeah.
You would?
Yes.
Perfect. So, Dan, I think that could end up being pretty big.
That would be huge.
And Anna, what do you think we do? You think we post it on our podcast presence at first before we splinter it off, or do we splinter it off and also offer it on, on the Bub Army podcast?
Ooh.
I think you do
Probably
that. I think you splinter it off and start its own franchise from day one, but you also offer it on our, in our podcasting world as well.
On both?
Yeah, you offer it on both.
Yeah.
So the Bubba Army can go get it.
Okay.
I don't know. Well,
that makes sense. That's what they do at Barstool.
Is that what they do at Barstool?
Yeah. And Bleacher Report and all those guys.
All right. So anyway, I'm going to do it's called the Past Packers Podcast. It's me and Tony Mandrich. Tony, I've actually gotten pretty close to him, and he's like, "Sure, are you going to call it the Todd and Tony Show?" Because he knows my.
Mm-hmm.
I go, "No, we're not going to." He goes, "Are you going to be Bubba? Are you going to be Bubba the Love Sponge?" Like, he's actually quite funny, Dan. He's kind of wired like us.
Is he going to come to Barp?
Yeah, I think he is coming to Barp.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, he's supposed to be coming down to a Bucks game too, I believe, right?
Well, yeah. If he does, I have to get a ticket from Dan.
Something, yeah, call me.
Well, now, can I ask a question? When it comes to Buck specific ticket and or suite questions, should I just go to Steve? Not that I'm trying to bypass you, Muff. I'm just trying to keep it off your plate, because at the end of the day, that's where it ends up. So, respectfully, if you said, yeah, just go ahead, Steve, keep me out of it, keep me posted on it, but just go to Steve.
Exactly.
So how about this? I go to Steve, but I also let you know that I went to Steve.
Perfect.
Okay.
Because and please don't put me in a big group text.
It would be me, you, and Steve.
Okay.
Who's he going to text with?
Now, what are you saying?
My brothers know to keep me out of big group texts. I don't mind a two-person text.
Listen
like
to
that.
me.
Two-person group.
How many times have we all four had a text, and it's no big deal? Me, you, Steve, and Jay, and Dan. Dan,
was
Jay.
it no big deal?
We had that.
We've had
weekend.
a few. We've had a
Yeah.
few.
We had a couple.
So I don't do that just on a regular basis. I don't ever just. I want to say hi to my Diaco boys. Hi guys. That's not a thing that I do very often.
No,
we've
you're
had
right.
very few of these group texts.
You respect it.
And when it is a group text, it's about something that's
crisis.
Pretty not crisis, but
critical.
Something that we need to
address.
Certainly address.
It's time sensitive.
Yes, it's time sensitive. It's a lot of things sensitive. And Dan, I'll tell you, last time we actually put in. We actually were texting each other in case the feds would try to subpoena our phones or something like that, because that's the world you got to live in. You got to live in the fact that the feds could take your phones at any time.
Apparently,
and,
yes. even if you're the president,
right? So Dan, our exchange, we all were putting, this is work product privileged. So Dan, if they did get our phones and they were trying to go through our records, we would have an argument to the judge, at least saying, sir, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. These are my two attorneys with Steven, and this is privileged. And it's work product. It's been denoted. We denoted this conversation. We're not coming to you now telling you that it's work product. Within the conversation, you can see we no less than 4 times said this is work product / privilege. How can it not be?
Well, you would think. But
would there be a judge?
It's happening to Trump right now. What was considered in most courts to be, work product is now becoming a charge.
Wow, he's even got it worse than me.
Oh, he's the only one.
All right, so what I'm saying is I'm going to be asking for a ticket situation.
Okay, sure. Whatever you need.
Okay, so with Steven.
Yeah, call Steven.
I just need to buy 3 bear tickets. That's all I need to buy. 3 bear tickets in the 300 level. That's all I need.
Really?
So, yeah.
That's what you want?
That's what it's a favor for a friend who did a favor for me.
Oh, okay.
And so
now you're not putting Tony Mandrich on the 300 level.
No.
I'm like, dude, that's okay. He can hang out with us.
It's a guy that did a favor for me.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm like, hey man, how can I? Honest to God, what can I? The guy did a pretty pretty big favor for me up at the track.
Okay.
And, like the guy's an electrician, and the Nashes, do a lot of my electrical work, but they weren't available to do this. And so, and it was probably a couple $1,000s worth of work.
Wow.
And I'm like, hey, what I owe you, buddy? He's Bubba Army. He's like, no, nothing. Nothing. I'm like, man, buddy. You spent 2 days out here. It was about the scoreboard, Lummy. It was,
yep.
And so, again, Dan, probably retail. I'm looking at 2,100, and the guy's just telling me not to worry about it. And I'm like, bud, like there's got to be something I can do for you. Can I? And then, you can't offer him a Bubba Army swag pack. And when he's done, you can't offer
your shirt, hat.
You can't offer him a straw hat and a mini koozie. After he's done this kind of work, he's like, honest to God, if this wouldn't be, a pain in your ass, and if you could pull it off. I have 2 of my best friends that are coming in town. We're from Chicago, and it happens to be the week that they're coming in for the Bears game, and I'm just going to try to take them to a Bears game.
Oh, nice.
This dude, and guy's from Ocala. He didn't have a lot of money. He owns his own company, And I was like, you know what? Let me work on that. Don't buy any. Let me work on it. So there you go. That's why I'm getting 3 tickets.
Gotcha. You can help with that.
Appreciate it. Let me. What was our? If we were trying to get through what our composite of the year score would be, and we were talking about how you were at +3. And Dan,
Yes.
Dan, don't mistake Dan's very negative score as a description on his talent. It's just he's the bad boy. So bad boys get in trouble.
Yes,
Bad boys take shots. Bad boys take, like you take, like there's probably some stuff, Danny, that you're thinking maybe I shouldn't blurt out, but you blurt out because you got a 50-50 shot of it being funny. So you're like, I got big balls because I might get a pop on the deal. Sometimes you get a bob and tob on it though, because you sometimes right, he'll get a straight bob and tob, will he not? But other times it'll be funnier than hell. But he took the shot, right?
Sure, you got to swing,
right. So Lummy, go ahead and give me this. You and Mach are the most loved and liked.
Lummy
and know how to
+3.
play the game and stay off my radar.
Yep. Macho +2.
What are you?
+3.
Right.
Then Brian -1.
He's that.
Yeah.
Non-irritating.
He did have a very positive +3 last
for
week.
You gave him a +3.
See, let me has to keep all these notes too. He's got all these. All right, so Brian got a +3
Well, he +3 for the day.
Oh, okay.
For the day. Yeah. I'm like, me throwing out a +3 for an act.
He was just +3 for that day.
We only are harshly remember we do have a -5 template, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. And Dan's got a few of those. I think Anna got one too.
Anna got one too.
No, and then but I got a -4.
Yeah,
a +1 on the -5.
And Anna got a -5 for a dumping, but then a +1 for being cute.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
You're Mr. Clem.
Situation where a vagina gets something.
Mr. Clem, yes, you're being charged with sexual harassment at the workplace because you gave a point to Anna for being cute.
I will play every card I have.
I'm guilty. I'm so sorry.
I don't care.
I'm sorry. Anna, can we settle for $100?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So we're at
Brian's -1.
hold on, Lummy +3.
Yes.
Macho +2.
Yes.
Brian the toothy. By the way, he canceled for Thursday.
What?
Yeah, and it's a good. You know what? Honestly, it wouldn't be something Dan would cancel for because Dan. It would make Romina do it.
Oh, his daughter going to school.
It's his daughter's first day of kindergarten.
It's kindergarten. Who frig remembers kindergarten, dude? Come on. It's like the first time my baby farted. Oh my God, we all have to be a graduation party from preschool.
Hold on, Dan's like a lion, and you just got to throw a piece of steak in the middle, Lummy, and he just jumps on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus,
anyway,
come on, dude. Grow some testicles and a penis.
Okay, Danny, settle down. That's your fellow coworker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
By the way, he said, I can't do this Thursday. I have to bring my daughter to her first day of kindergarten / breakfast.
Oh, that's so sweet.
It is,
and I go, I understand, family. Thank you for the heads up.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan, if you would have, okay, Dan, let's make believe that, you had the opportunity to, you're me, okay? It's the Dan Diaco show. This whole thing's yours, all right? And Brian's this guy that comes in, once. We try to make it Thursdays, and he's been, real regular. And he's Brian, and he wrote that exchange to you about not coming, and you had scheduled and agreed with him that Thursday he was coming in, so you'd planned some stuff, and he cancels for the daughter breakfast, first day of kindergarten gimmick. What type of response does Dan Diaco send back to one Brian, the toothy one?
I think I would send a snowflake followed by someone throwing up, followed by a
vagina.
A vagina, maybe a meme, an orchid,
maybe
like an orchid.
Oh, an orchid representing a vagina. So
and then I'd do hashtag Mikowski.
Oh, get in his head, right?
Right,
yeah, definitely.
Man, look at you, head game player. Give him a +1.
Wow,
for just knowing how to do it. All right, so let me back to your scorecard. I'm so sorry.
Let me update that Dr. Dan one real quick.
Right.
So then followed with Anna -4.
Honest, and Anna would be even. She was just like right down the middle of the road. Just stays the course, does a good job. Only gets in trouble every once in a while.
She's a risk taker.
And then she had that real major F up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know that we
ratted out.
Did we? And you know what? Here's the deal. I'm thinking about this now.
What?
She got a -5 on a dump that we didn't catch the first time. Then I gave her a point for being cute. But we never really addressed the light meltdown situation point-wise. Now, did we, Lummy?
No, we never.
So there's no points involved in that one?
No,
there were not. And it was like one of the most.
There was a public flogging. That was pretty painful. And then in front of my father, haven't I suffered enough?
You know what?
Haven't my people suffered enough?
No, not your people, but you. I think I have more.
I suffer by association.
Now, was it a dirty move for me to dress you down in front of your dad, or do you?
No.
Do you know that? Can I tell you this? I know you may not know. You may not think I'm that good, or I don't know what you think about my skill set.
I'm just kidding.
I really don't know what you think about me as a talk show host. Like, I don't know. Like, I know
as a talk show host, or
like my skill
as a person.
No, my skill set to host a show.
Oh, top of the line, Bubba, obviously.
So I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
That I had planned to dress you down in front of your father to try to reiterate and just drive it home, just really to drive it home. And I hope I didn't. I hope I showed you how upset it made me, but I hope you aren't mad at me for doing it.
No. I totally took.
I had a reason for
it. Took the L on that one. On my behavior.
It's supposed to be educational, right? You're supposed to kind of rehabilitate her.
Kind of tough, but more importantly, kind of tough love.
Yes, it was like re-education camp. Like now, what the Chinese do to the Uyghurs.
I know, but we're
gonna come on. Why you gotta do that to him?
Why you gotta lay that on me?
Why you gotta lay that?
Why you gotta lay that on me?
Man, that's just evil. That's so evil, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that
might as well be like Mao Zedong.
Yeah.
So I will ask this somewhat uncomfortable question.
Sure.
And there was no plus. You're right. There's no plus or minuses needed for that incident because
it would have been a -20.
Because quite frankly, it's unmeasurable.
Right.
I mean, it's like we're throwing out these little 4s and 5s.
It's off the Richter scale. I got it.
That was in the thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it'd be like hey, Lummy, what's on a score? Minus 5,480 because she got 5,475 for the light thing.
I get it. It was my Chernobyl. I understand.
Did your dad talk to you about it post show off air? Like from the time that you guys, you were only on the air a certain portion, and then you guys did your show, and you probably then spent some time in your car driving back to your place, and then you were together all weekend. Did he ever at one time talk to you about that?
I think so. It was brief, but I believe he just basically said, like, why did you make such a big deal about the light?
Right.
And that was it.
And what did you say?
I go, because I make a big deal about little things sometimes. It's just who I am.
I just did it with the wrong guy.
Yeah, I just did it on the wrong day with the wrong man. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
You know, it
You're
happens.
like, okay, Anna.
You know.
All right.
So he understood.
So let me Anna's a -4.
Yes.
So we can close this out.
Jay -4, tied with Anna.
Mm-hmm.
Then with Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire with a -17.
Wow.
That's strong.
And
again, that's not just based. That's not being horrible. That's just based on him taking a lot of shots. You know, he really, really takes a lot of shots. I mean, like Dan, you know, if you take 40 shots in the basketball game, you know, you're going to score at least, 20 points or so. You're going to hit a third of them.
Couple 3-pointers.
Right. But if you take 10, you're going to have, 32 for the night. Now you had, 22 misses, but, you sunk a bunch and you scored, a lot of. Or you could be like Will Perdue, Lummy, and make all 4 buckets, but you only scored 8 points.
That's right, 8 points for 4.
Right?
That's right.
Dan shot 56 times like Alvin Iverson.
Right. Shooting 40%, but
right.
there we go.
But he made, but he scored 38 points, right? 4 rebounds, 3 steals. And he's the man. So Dan's, negative score is just because he just takes a lot. He takes a lot of hacks at things.
It's gotten lower.
I mean, keeps getting lower and lower and lower. I mean, I thought I was creeping up with like a +1 for a week here and there, and it just keeps going lower and lower. Am I losing points when I'm not here?
No,
you just shoot yourself in the foot before you
just
leave.
take so much.
Oh, is that what it is on the way out?
Yeah. I will tell you this, Dan. If we were to kind of analyze your scoring system, it seems like the last 30 minutes are your problem.
Yes.
Well, you already kind of shaved those off of me, so hopefully that'll be helpful.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah.
Taking more real estate.
Or
You're like China buying up all my real estate.
Well, you know why he does that is so that we keep talking about it when he's not here.
Right. and his brothers inherited a mess.
Right.
Right. I leave a big Stanley steamer as I walk out.
Jay's got to come in here and say, I act. I hold myself in a different decorum than that gentleman.
Yeah,
even though we share the same blood, the same name, the same everything, I hold myself to a different decorum to that man. All right, Lummy. So continuing right along on our show scorekeeping deal, as you're referring to the New Testament of our Bible and the infamous Lummy Trapper Keeper. Have we even had a PayPal, Cash App, Venmo today?
Yeah, we had Neil Malplugin and Julie Caldwell on a Venmo.
Oh, Julie Caldwell from my hometown.
Yeah,
I think she's going to be, Lummy, at my Friday Warsaw, Indiana.
On September 8th,
September 8th.
1 month from today.
In 1 month, I'll be in Warsaw, Indiana, doing a small little meet and greet at a place called, at a bar called The Downtown. And tentatively, we're looking like at, 10 o'clock. Right after, and some people might go to the football. We're going to the football game before, so
that is small town-ish.
That is some John Cougar born in a small town. Yippee effing yo!
Gross.
We're going to the Warsaw Tiger football high school game, and then we're all meeting at the downtown little mini bar.
Are you gonna wear the jersey they give you?
No, I'm not gonna wear the jersey. No.
Okay.
Letterman jacket.
So I think Julie Brunel is gonna be there, Lummy.
Nice.
Yeah, and then finally Rhett.
The more badass bad boy over there, Rhett -22.
Yeah. Woo. Just because he just, when he makes he makes huge mistakes.
The worst. Sorry.
He goes all in.
He does. Rhett, how you doing over there, buddy? Things going good for you?
Can't win if you don't shoot.
How's your dog?
She's good.
You will have to. Would you rank me like? Am I in the? Does she like me the most, or am I like does she like? I think she likes me. I think she likes Anna.
I think it's Anna and then you.
Yeah. She goes.
She hates Jay.
She loves Anna to death. She loves me to death, and she for some reason hates Jay. Nobody hates Jay.
That dog
I don't know about nobody, but
Well, since nobody else has got the guts, the people's hammer has spoken.
How does that sound to you, mister? I think it sucks.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after this.
-4 for his 8 hours.
Yeah, it's everything. Like points per minute of play.
Yeah. He has turnovers per minute.
So he should be like a -12.
Exactly.
Those shoulders.
Morning, Mark the Frog.
Thank you, baby short trucker.
The school bus drivers out today. Dr. Dan slowing you down.
No, I didn't notice them this morning because they went off quick. Yeah, but they're doing their dress rehearsals today.
Yeah, I didn't know if they get in your way.
I got run off the road by a school bus once on my bike.
With your bike?
On my bike on Inter Bay. She ran me right off the road, and then I caught her at the light at Inter Bay in Delmavry.
Then you lost your shit on her?
I lost my shit on her.
When?
Oh, this was like 10 years ago.
How bad did you lose your shit on her?
Oh, I reamed her until the light turned.
I lost my shit on Lummy one time. Bad.
Just once?
Yeah, probably. I think I've only lost my shit on Lummy. Remember that one time?
Yes.
I think that's the only time I really lost my shit on you. Is it or no?
No, that is.
I mean, I'm talking really lose my shit.
No, that was bad.
You could have heard me on yelling probably from the mailbox.
That's pretty hardcore.
Am I right? I mean, let me.
No, you are 100% correct.
What's up, creatine, Travis?
I'm talking about hearing me from the mailbox.
Fuck. Yeah. God. Good morning, creatine, Travis. Syndicated. Where are you ready for him to drive by then? Hands out.
Real quick.
Hands gone. Yeah, Holyoke, are you there now? I thought he said something about that yesterday. Morning, Kenny Powers. Is that what it is? Oh, man, where am I going? Oh, shit. This is broke.
All right.
Fuck. What's up, Dutch dude?
Yeah, Anna, how about it?
Let's pay to be the boss. No, Iggy.
This, I mean, it got a ton of traction.
Hope you are lucky.
I mean, did you see the traction?
Oh yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to read this. I didn't do shit.
No, yeah, nothing.
I just waited for your direction.
Yeah, nope, none of just dark zero, nothing.
Yeah.
we addressing it at all today or no?
No.
Okay.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Okay.
Well, I have nothing to do.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
Okay.
And
Okay.
more importantly, I'm just going to let the judicial system.
I totally understand.
Just let the let justice prevail or not.
I don't think he understands though.
I got it.
I got it, Lois.
I got it.
We'll see if justice does the right thing.
Okay.
I was trying to get some in.
Okay.
Dang, shut the fuck up.
-10.
How'd you shut the fuck up?
God damn.
Attention, people of Earth.
A big fat blip on corporate's radar screen. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Some guys are hung, they don't even need to brag. They know they're bigger than you. Dr. Dan goes outside, pees all over Lummy's rims. He makes sure you see his thing too. When he's gotta pee, he goes to pee. He shows his genitalia. He's bigger than Jay, he's bigger than Steve. He dropped his hammer on you. Dr. Dan wasn't born with a silver spoon in hand. He worked his way to the top, y'all. And when the taxman comes knocking on Bubba's door, watch out, Danny's got a golden gears on. When he's gotta pee, he goes to pee. He shows his genitalia. He's bigger than Jay. He's bigger than Steve. This is Dr. Dan Diaco.
You're probably like, listen, my penis is good enough. Penis
It's a workout for
Some kicks ass.
It's warm.
Does it do it? Penis.
My penis is as tan as my chest now.
Penis.
My penis is as tan as my chest now.
Penis. My penis.
It's warm.
Penis. Damn.
He's bigger than you. He's bigger than me. This is Dan Diaco. And Dr.
Did you ever dream that you would be a co-host on the radio on my show, and we were talking about how big your penis was, and then, like doing songs about it?
I love it, man. I absolutely love it. It's a privilege to be here.
real.
Thank you, Bubba. Seriously, though. Thank you to you and your listeners and the co-hosts. I appreciate how welcome I am here, and
They love
I do
you.
have a good time with it.
I got to tell you, I may not be making a lot of money, and actually, Dan and I are so close. That I even actually, like, when Dan and I was together on Saturday, I showed Dan, Dan, I showed him the corporate books on our business on the Bubba Radio Network. Like, I keep people would be amazed at the extensive records that I keep.
But you know what? The way you break it down is so helpful for you to make adjustments and to react to it. Because one of my biggest complaints with my accountant is that I don't get my numbers until 3 months later. And then by the time I can't even put out a fire because the fire's already burned itself out by the time I even know about it.
But I think I'm more on top of,
way on top of it.
Yeah, I'm
week to week on top of it.
Yeah. So and I got to tell you, man, with what we've done, first of all, I cannot tell you how grateful I am for the support that we affectionately call the Bubba Army. Like, literally, this is unlike any radio show template as far as it's hosted by me. I'm semi known for being one of the bigger names in the shock jock arena. I've been doing it for a long time. Was handpicked by Howard Stern to do Afternoon Drive. I'm pretty good on the radio, and I can host a pretty good show. I've done shows with different lineups. I've had different working pieces, but I'm the constant. That's why it's my show. And everybody that I put in here as co-hosts are just, I'm the quarterback. I'm the all-time quarterback. Dan, remember when you'd play like football backyard? You'd have one guy that was just all-time quarterback.
Always.
Right.
Always.
He would play for both teams.
Right.
So you'd just be a big, who could get open kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm all-time quarterback, and I just, find different running backs and receivers to plug in to do, a compelling show. And I got to tell you, this lineup here, I'm having as much fun with as I ever have. Now, the rules have changed. We can't, I would say probably the glory days maybe of the show, would have been the Sirius XM lineup. The me, Manson playing character as Ned, Spice Boy Brent, Dave Rice, and me. And with Carl Harris. That was a strong lineup. And over the years, we've made, Shannon and I actually was talking to Shannon on Saturday night, and there was a time where Shannon sat in Dan's chair, and I think it was me, Manson, Shannon, and 25.
Mm-hmm.
And Shannon and I was like, man, this is one of the best times he had in radio. Shannon's been doing radio for 30 plus years. He's like, was doing mornings with you. And it's kind of fun because Shannon and I are both kind of alpha.
Mm-hmm.
But
guys butted heads a little bit.
No,
right?
not at all. Not at all. And so my current lineup, I really, 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 really love this current lineup. And I am so thankful to have a group of people that we affectionately call the Bubba Army.
Yes.
That we can that we can literally, have kind of like a radio telethon to keep us going between all of our digital platforms. Our digital platforms, our podcasting, our YouTube, our Facebook, our 4 times the Bubba 190. I'm sorry, the Twitch Tuesdays, YouTube, Facebook, all of our different revenue merchandise, BubbaArmyRadio.com, Rumble.
And also just the network of people. Like, you need a gun, you can talk to this guy. You need a haircut, you talk to this person.
Right.
You need an ear drain, you talk to this person. Then you got to talk to that guy. Many of whom are all Dan, but
then you got Dan who can do most of those things.
Yeah, I know.
Dan is an interesting co-host because he's abrasive.
Yeah, you need your gazebo built, you call a group of people,
Bubba
They're
Army.
there.
Bubba Army is
So
just
supportive.
and they financially support the show by different levels, and then of course if you support the show to the tune of $2,400 or more a year, then you get invited to our big annual celebration, which is a 3-4 day blowout, accumulated, or I should say captive. What would it be? When you're concluded by what's the conclusion of the BARP weekend is the big ring ceremony, the ring and Hall of Fame,
the finale,
the Hall of Fame ceremony, the Saturday night Hall of Fame celebrations.
Mm-hmm.
The finale is better.
Is on Saturday. Right. And that's for people that really, really support the show. And those are known as Bubba Army Royalty. And then that's called the Bubba Army Royalty Party, BARP.
Are you still doing the gym thing? Or
no, you shot that down.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
You did.
You'll thank me later, I promise.
I know. I will.
Sorry.
But you're right. I will. Thank you so much. And so, listen, as we're number 2 men 25-54 terrestrially in Fort Walton Beach, which is, I think, one of our only markets that we get rated in. And, heard on 5 or 6 different terrestrial radio stations, Florida Man Radio in Orlando, the AM 820 in Tampa, Melbourne, Phoenix on the Rattler. So we're heard terrestrially as well. But the majority of our money, comes digitally. And there's just not a lot of radio personalities that can still do terrestrial radio and be supported and have a staff of, like Pat McAfee, like there's not a lot of people that can do that. Not that we're on Pat McAfee's level, but, we are a self-supported, 4, 5, 6 person radio program content provider that pays its bills mostly through the listeners, and the digital ads that we display. So, anyway, I want to thank the Bubba Army for being just so good to us, and it's just such a following and commitment to a radio program that most radio hosts never experience. What it's truly like to have fans like ours, fans that live for the show, that basically finance the show. Most people can't wrap their heads around that.
No. Fish on J, 50 on the Cash App.
Thank you, buddy. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all at the Bubba Army.
And you had to sacrifice a little horsepower for reliability, and that's why we're on Rumble.
Right. Listen.
Big man 02825 on the Venmo.
Thank you so much, big man. We took a little hit when we left, Twitch full time. We did. We did.
But do you need an axe like right over your neck at all times?
But I'm like, you know what? Listen, I'll take a hit in order not to have to sit here and have to worry about getting canceled at any time because Dan said a Helen Keller joke. Like it was getting ridiculous. Twitch is ridiculous. Oh, by the way, our after show today will be on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch Tuesday.
It's Twitch Tuesday. Go to twitch.com/The Bubba Army, and if you have an Amazon Prime account, you get a free subscription, a free Twitch subscription per month. You got to renew every 30 days, which is just the hitting of like some purple button kind of gimmick. Mm-hmm. And you can be privy to you can watch our Tuesday after show. Our whole world was based on Twitch, and they started screwing with us and being a bunch of dicks. So, like, you know what? We're going to go on to Rumble, and we're going to go on to put more credence into YouTube, and with a lot of repurposing on Facebook. And Bubba Army Radio Lummy, we're getting ready to reskin and make different and better. And so, screw it. Screw you, Twitch. Today's Screw You Twitch Tuesdays. Woo! And we're going to keep telling it until they finally kick us off.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Right?
Why not?
So I love this next story we're going to talk about, and that is Elon Musk vows to pay X, Twitter, but the company's now called X, users to sue their boss if they're unfairly treated by their employer by posting or liking something on social media sites. Musk continues his efforts to make X, formerly Twitter, a place of free speech. So, like, Dan, here's the deal, man. Like, if I'm Elon Musk, I'm suing NASCAR first.
Right.
Right out of the box.
Right. I hope he takes a piece of it because it's such a big, deep pocket, and it's ridiculous that they penalized him like they did.
Yeah, I know, but will they be able to? And I'm asking you as a lawyer. If you are a NASCAR driver,
mm-hmm.
You may have had to have signed some type of NASCAR NDA or some type of, if you're a NASCAR sanctioned driver on their, racing their sanctioned race on their television network that they're broadcasting and using your name, likeness, and image and things like that, you may have had to sign a contract that waived all of your rights, and that all they have to do is literally whip out this contract and said, hey, you signed it, we have the ability to, do what they did, basically.
Well,
like if he had signed something like that, would that be a problem?
There's probably some kind of vague community standard sort of language, an ethical sort of sentence or phrase in there where if you do something that they consider to be unethical or contrary to their hopes and dreams, then they can do something about it.
For cause or something like that.
They can call that cause,
or socially.
There's got to be a clause in his contract
for them to be able to do this.
So Bubba, I forgive my ignorance, but if I'm a driver for we'll say Petty's team. Does Petty have a team?
Yeah.
Okay, so Petty's team.
He merged Jimmy John, but he's still part of a team.
Yeah,
or Hendricks. Say I'm a driver for Hendricks.
Yeah, that's okay. Hendricks is the Hendricks is they're the top of the mountain.
Right. Okay. So I'm a driver for Hendricks. Mm-hmm. My contract's with Hendricks. I have a separate contract with NASCAR.
You potentially could. You could potentially have like an addendum or like a yes.
I thought you work for the team, and then the team is the one that has to deal with NASCAR.
But hold on, when you go to sign in every month, when you go to sign in every race, they have that form that you have to fill out. I'm sure it's at your track too.
The waiver.
Yeah. It's the waiver. Well, it's for insurance purposes, but I don't know. Maybe something within that states that if you I don't know. But yes, I think maybe you have to have like almost a release form releasing NASCAR of any liability of if you would do something like, let's say you, I don't know.
Who fired him? Did his team fire him, or did NASCAR?
NASCAR.
How can NASCAR fire someone that has not contractual privity with them?
John Kent, $100. Cash App.
John Kent, yeah.
I thought.
Open the app for more details.
His team suspended him first.
Oh. Well, anyway, if I'm Elon Musk, man, I'm calling Noah Grayson and saying, hey, buddy, I want a high-profile Willie. Maybe you did sign something. Maybe we'll lose, but at least it'll show the rest of the world that I'm not afraid to go after a Goliath, right? Mm-hmm. And so maybe before employers, this is what I like about this. Maybe before employers fire people for posting things on, let me, are those the sounds I'm going to be hearing?
I think so,
Okay,
yes.
good. I have no problem. As long as I know that we're in the middle of a construction zone. Mm-hmm. You're in the middle of a radio construction zone right now. You could be hearing all types of things. But Dan, as an employer, what this is kind of a double-edged deal in the fact that it's great for consumers that want to be able to totally have free speech, right? And be funny and make inappropriate jokes and maybe inappropriate memes, so it kind of makes kind of cool for the consumer, but then it kind of, if you're an employer and you're let's say you're
losing advertisers because of something that someone posted on X.
I mean, if it's something like that, you might be able to be for cause, but if you just don't agree with what the person tweeted or sent out, or you're getting a little bit of flack from it, it kind of puts it might make an employer think twice about axing somebody so quickly for what they did.
The term treated unfairly is pretty vague, because if they treat everyone the same, that would be fair, right? So if you make any post about anything that they don't like, they're going to can you. Is that really unfair, or is that just kind of how they conduct business?
Well, let me read the article. Elon Musk has promised to foot the bill for anyone who's been unfairly treated by their employer for liking posts on X, formerly known as Twitter. The billionaire said that there'll be no limit on how much monetary legal aid his firm will provide, even though the platform is said to be struggling financially. It just
unclear.
Says
liking. It doesn't say posting or retweeting.
It says it's unclear how affected people can appeal for a sentence or claim their money, although some have started their interest by replying to Musk's post. Musk took over Twitter in October, and has changed its name to X as part of the plans to turn it into what he describes as an everything app. A shiny X logo was installed in the platform's headquarters in San Francisco before being removed. Dude, I guess. So San Francisco they're such a dick. So he puts a new sign up that's probably not nearly as granola and free-spirited as the little bird twit deal. So he puts, Elon goes to headquarters and puts a big black X on there, real cool, like right, and all of us and everybody's already bitching about the sign. Well, screw off. Mm-hmm. As long as it's within the sign code,
right?
Size and shit. Yeah, get the hell out of here. But they've had to remove it.
Yeah.
If you were unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, we will fund your legal bill. No limit. Please let us know. Elon, just like me, up at 4 a.m. 105 million views. So, I mean, that's pretty cool, isn't it, Dan? I mean, I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know if they certainly need to, in order for people to believe it, Dan. They certainly need to get a case like immediately, like in the Noah Grayson NASCAR case is already teed up for you, is it not?
Perfect. It's a perfect example of why this should be enacted, because people should be able to make humor and without being canceled. It's ridiculous how there's such an itchy trigger finger on the cancellation culture here in America, and so many people that were praising people getting canceled end up getting canceled themselves. People like Don Lemon and people like Cuomo, that were relishing people getting canceled, and their silly asses got canceled.
Yeah, but then there's also some media personalities that do some real crazy stuff but continue to never get canceled.
It's amazing.
It's amazing how isn't it amazing how they pick and choose who gets in trouble around here?
Chad Blassie, 50 on the
right?
limbo.
Yes.
It's like you think you're protected for some reason. Like, have you bought so many people off, or have you just made so many shady deals that you're just like you just can't get in trouble?
Well, again, why can't we listen to R. Kelly but we listen to Michael Jackson? I don't understand that we are allowed to cancel R. Kelly, but we can't cancel Michael Jackson when he's just as big a scumbag.
First of all, Michael was
a worse scumbag possibly.
Michael's dead, but he never died. I mean, he died a free man.
Right.
And
that's
I mean,
true.
like, he never, Michael Jackson, I don't think any of the stuff they ever had on him
but Hitler died a free man.
But,
you know what I mean?
I don't know if
but he was free.
Mike,
why not
I don't know if he killed himself.
Get indicted.
I don't think you. Hold on now. I mean, Michael Jackson's.
Jury's still out on that.
I don't think that's a fair comparison. Michael Jackson to Hitler.
Well,
right?
I understand. But I'm just making a point that dying a free man versus not dying a free man doesn't really judge you it doesn't judge you your guilt or innocence.
No, I think Michael Jackson completely got away with a lot of really inappropriate stuff based on his power and his wealth
but
and
Thriller
his connectivity.
was a strong album, and people like it.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah. But then you're untouchable, Dan, until you're not. You're tied in and you can get away with about anything until you just do that one thing that is finally, like my career. I was always like in trouble, and it was good until all of a sudden you got that rap, and they had organized against you, and then boom, you're done. You're officially done, and then you got to make a living digitally. And if you don't own your intellectual rights, and you don't have the ability to pay a staff, and you don't have a established digital game. I mean, right? I mean, who would want to get into the digital game now? Like right now, let's say that you were going to start a YouTube channel and go do a show daily there live, and you were going to try, you have to repurpose that over to maybe a podcast. You have to go cut a podcast deal. And listen, people don't realize that most podcasts don't make any money. Like Rhett, how much money does your podcast make?
When we're rolling hard during football season, anywhere from $800 to $1,200 a month.
Okay. But that you can't.
But that's only 4 or 5 months out of the year,
and you can't make a living at that.
Correct.
You can't pay your mortgage, your light bill, a couple
can't
people
pay a goddamn thing.
What's $1,200 a month get you?
Not even my rent.
Yeah, not even. It doesn't even get a single man his rent for the month. And your podcast is established, but let's say you hadn't even started.
Breakfast every day.
Let's say that you haven't even started one. And now you got to start a podcast, and now you got to go. Now you got to start you got to try to build up your YouTube. I mean, you got to have you have to have a lot of followers and a lot of views in order to make. You got to have.
It's a crowded marketplace.
Oh, it is, and like if you're not, listen, that's why we're trying to get to 100,000, because that's kind of
separates you from the pack.
Yes. It really does.
No doubt.
And I mean, you just know how hard we've worked to get to 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, we work our asses off, and it's the ultimate goal, and we do, a lot of extra content, from Anna going on, In-Out Burger to Dan, doing his stuff, to me and Dan's. We do a lot of cool exclusive stuff behind the scenes, living our life stuff. On YouTube. We also turn various segments into videos. Like, YouTube has been, Rhett, first of all, you've done a great job with it, and it's really starting to become something. But can you imagine if you were just starting? It would almost be like describing me in 2017. In 2017, I lost everything. I was not on it. I didn't have any radio. I had one AM radio station. It was AM, and it wasn't even AM 820. It was like AM
1040. Right?
Yeah, 1040.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bruce sold Bruce sold Genesis to this one dude for a while until the dude defaulted on the payments, and the dude hated me, and so he brings me into his office and says, we're taking you off AM 820, and we're putting you on this, a real pissant of a radio station. So I had one AM station and this whole big building, Lummy, no cameras, no nothing. Tom Bean had to loan me $25,000 to camera this place up because we were going to start doing our show live on Twitch.
And at that point,
And
Twitch was
No one
a
heard
joke.
of Twitch at that time.
And nobody
Video
was like,
games.
what? And fellow radio hosts in town were like, man, Bubba it's done for him. He's done. He's now, and I specifically know of a couple radio people that said to me, Bubba's now regulated to doing his show on a gaming device, on a gamer box.
Site.
Bubba's shows on a gamer box. And it was. And we've built that since 2000, so let me see, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 27. Going on 7 years to get to this level. And we're just now getting on YouTube to a respectful level where, guess, like the 100,000 person mark on YouTube is like the ultimate, like that's the plateau that we really need right now. So, by the way, go to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army if you're not watching the show there right now. And there's probably, I don't know what. There's probably, 600-700 people watching it right now over there?
737.
Yeah, so out of the 737, I hope all of you are subscribed and get notifications because, by the way, that didn't cost nothing. It's just a click of a button. And we can get to that $100,000 because we get that little trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we want that thing.
Yeah, we want that thing so very bad. So anyway, good for Elon. I mean, maybe people have to think twice before, maybe NASCAR would have to think twice, about...
So does he go after both? Does he go after his team and NASCAR? Because they both suspended him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it matters.
Because the team suspended him first, and then NASCAR came in and suspended him indefinitely.
And here's the deal, Dan. There's Elon for what Elon's looking for, the message he's trying to send. Like you wouldn't. There's probably a bunch of little mom and pop ran restaurants that somebody's fired somebody for. You know what I'm saying. But this is as corporate and as American as you can get with going after NASCAR.
No, it's a perfect Sentinel case or Sentinel case. I'm sorry.
What's the difference?
Centennial's once every 100 years. Sentinel's like the case that sort of establishes the signal that
you're trying to send.
Right.
That you're trying to send.
Which is, again, you should not be prosecuted, fired, or discriminated against because of your speech. It's one of our fundamental rights as Americans. And the other thing is, lawyer-client conversations and strategizing should not be subject to criminal prosecution.
Well, criminal, of course, but in terms of losing your job, I mean, I don't think that's in the Bill of Rights.
What?
Losing your job because of something you said.
But if you lost your job by exercising your First Amendment and your business...
Listen, I'm not happy about it. I'm just saying I don't know if those are the rules.
Yeah, I mean, again,
You know what I mean?
when you're in private business, this is a right. I mean, you can pretty much get fired for anything.
Right.
In a lot of states,
especially if it's your business that you built up, you should be able to kind of set the rules, the tone of
you
of
just
what
can't
want.
say I'm firing you because of your stupid Twitter like.
Right. You just got to lie
say,
about
I'm
it.
firing you because I don't like you anymore.
I don't like your stupid face.
Yeah.
But that's and that's a reason you can fire someone. But to specifically,
I'm firing you because I don't like your face.
But he was
that's being a real dick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why am I getting fired, sir? Because I put a bunch of George Floyd memes on Twitter?
No, that's cool.
That's cool. Why am I getting fired then? Because your face, it's fat. I don't like fat face guys.
I'm out of your mouth breather.
And you breathe, and you got a tinge of mouth breathing. So anyway, again, we're so very thankful for the Bubba Army, and God, we're getting so close to. Are we at 91,000 yet, Lummy? I think we're 90,600.
Yes, we are.
9677.
Yeah.
Wow. So
I'd
a
love
few
to
more
be,
days.
Well, no, it's going to be, quite frankly, if you were to.
Might blow up.
More
It
than
might blow
that.
up.
More than that. It's going to be like. Let's actually, Lummy, before we go into break.
All right.
Let's all predict when we hit 100,000 on Facebook. I think.
Facebook was a while ago.
I'm sorry, not Facebook. On YouTube. By the way, we're at almost 150,000 on Facebook, and the videos, they do quite well monetarily over there.
Nice.
Facebook is. I mean, Facebook. We make. I'll tell you this. We make as much money from Facebook as we do YouTube, and we kind of treat Facebook as the redheaded stepchild. But we make as much money over there as we do over on YouTube. So I know YouTube's the big coup de grace, but don't my little Facebook over there, little slut. She's my little Facebook is my little slut, my little monetization.
Your little hidden slut.
And merch is kind of my slut too. Sometimes merch will do really good for us, but then some months we take a hit because it's based on, if we've had to order, if we got a big inventory. Like right now we got a lot of money out because we got a bunch of new products coming. But then, 1 month we'll hit it big because we took the manufacturing loss, the month before, right, Dan? And then you get the sales bump the month before. Oh, yeah. It's
way better bump.
YouTube's our bottom bitch, but other months we got, girls that do better.
YouTube's our bottom bitch.
She'll always be there.
She will.
It's a fat chicken.
And YouTube's been pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the deal. Somebody's screwing with us, though, on our YouTube channel, Rhett, because here's the deal. You post something and you leave it as unlisted, and you see if their copyright and clearing and community standards things clears it or not, right? Well, automatically, no matter what we put up, we automatically get non-monetization, like we have to
the yellow limited monetization deal.
Everything we put up, we just and so this is, for instance, when we put up Bubba's nail salon, and I painted my mom's fingernails for her.
That one made me laugh.
And we there's nothing. I don't even know that I even had one curse word.
I told Lummy the day of. I was like, we just put this video up today. I think Bubba uploaded this an hour ago, and it's already limited monetization.
Yeah, so I uploaded.
Has to go through the review process.
And it's me painting my mom's nails. The screen is the thumbnail is me painting me and my mom at a table, and it's text Bubba's Nail Salon. That's it. And for 8 minutes or 7 minutes and 50 seconds, I painted my mom's nails. That's it. Dan wasn't in here going crazy. I wasn't in here going crazy. Anna wasn't going in here. No conspiracy theories. No WHO guidelines. No COVID controversies. No George Floyd memes. No transgender talk. Nothing. None of that stuff that causes them to maybe think about putting you on a limited monetization. Bubba paints his mom's nails.
Salacious.
Gets us automatically.
Were you screaming the N-word or something?
No, I was no.
Oh, okay.
It was as innocent could be. But it just goes to show you that they're so laying for us. That they are so laying for us. That even algorithms are set. It could be literally Bubba goes to church and reads Bible stories to the children.
Oh, that's controversial.
Yes.
And they would flag it, and then we have to appeal it, and then it takes 2 or 3 days for them to give you a manual appeal, and then they usually say, okay, it's good. But you've lost those 2 or 3 days of when your video hit the hardest. And so now we try to schedule things way in advance so that we can already work out the review process before we're ready to break. It's ridiculous. Piss me off.
Yeah, they got us.
Well, I hear 100,000 in our future, and my prediction is by the end of September.
All right, yours. Let me write this down.
Oh, yeah.
All right. By the way, isn't that a screen name?
Yes, it is. I thought you were going to say $100 on PayPal.
Let me write this down.
Yes.
And he's a good dude, too.
Yes.
Is he Barb? Let me write this down, Barb?
If not, he hasn't qualified yet. He's close.
Really?
Yep.
Good. But I have all the figures and stuff. If you need to know how close you are, let me know. Actually, get a hold of Ashley. Don't we have an email for if those that want to know what their totals are, how close they are? Yeah. Most people know, though, don't they?
Yeah, there's some that want to know because they want to kind of drop it.
What's the email?
barpartyinfo@gmail.com.
Yeah, it's BAR, bar party. It's not BARP party because we couldn't do the double P.
Well, plus the P is the party.
Stands for party.
Yeah, so anyway, it's BAR, it's barparty@gmail.com.
Yes.
And just get a hold of right there, Ashley.
Is it barpartyinfo@gmail.com,
yes,
or is it just
barpartyinfo@gmail.com?
Thank you.
Right. I mean, we need to make sure we get this out so people can wrap their head around it. Okay, my friend.
No problem.
We're
predicting.
Yeah, let's do the prediction and then we'll go into words. I got so much going on. I'm also starving. Merch Crick should be bringing me. I think she's upstairs I think she got a big order. I think maybe the belt buckles or something came in today.
Sweet.
So she's upstairs. And I'm not gonna put all this up on Bub Army merch, Bub Army store, Bub Army shop.com. Until I get I got towels coming. I already got the air fresheners. I got more straw hats coming, tactical bags, beach towels, belt buckles, blankets, polyester polyester sweatshirts. And I think that she's looking into those new Macho Man
tank tops.
Whatever the kind of tank top that Macho Man wears.
Stringers.
We just gotta get some. I need the graphic or the caviar tacos and all the boys.
Yeah, he's working
the
on
Gary
it.
Cantrells. I need a Macho Man logo.
Yeah, he's working on it.
Like what we're gonna do. Look, Dan's got his own shirt on.
Sure does.
Love the shirt.
Isn't that? Listen. I hate to sit here and just put myself over, but just think about it. Every one of you guys have had their own shirts.
It's awesome.
What show does that? Come on now.
It's pretty awesome.
Just trying to put you over.
That's right.
It's awesome.
So anyway, Lummy, what is your prediction as to when we hit 100,000 on YouTube? And I'm actually, I did the burnout thing. I'm doing a food review this week. We got some pretty big franchises over there. And Lummy, your Hogan stuff, your Hogan shorts and stuff have been doing great.
Yep.
We take these times that Hogan calls the show when he was a wild white Bengal tiger. Was a wild Bengal tiger. Our last one was the last video or one of the really good performing videos right now on our YouTube channel is when the last time that Hogan and Macho Man spoke to each other publicly was on a conference call. I was on 98 Rock, and Macho Man was full hot at Hogan, so I just put them both on the air, and they're like, when a work turns into a shoot and you're getting all worked up by the marks. Oh, my God.
Spelled two ways.
Yeah, and then Macho goes, you can spell principle one or two ways. Macho was gored out of his mind, and Hogan was on the dock trying to put these are the lives these guys lead, Dan. Hogan was on his dock at his $10 million home trying to put the jet skis in, and Macho was gored out of his mind on the beach.
Right, with his Jeep.
Yeah, and I'm putting them on the air. That's a video on YouTube, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So our YouTube, call it 90,600. We're really trying to get to that 100,000 plateau, which would mean you guys all need to go out and find our YouTube channel. It's at The Bubba Army on YouTube, and get a notification and click the bell button. And it doesn't cost anything. And it'll make us super duper happy. We appreciate it.
Please.
But Lummy, your prediction of when we finally had 100,000. And make sure you write all this down, Lummy, okay?
I'm doing beginning of October.
So you're saying
like the first 2 weeks of October.
Just say beginning of October.
Yep.
October 1 through 15. Dan, what's your prediction?
Way to narrow it down. In 2023. No, Labor Day.
Oh, I think you're very optimistic.
Wow, Labor.
Yeah, that's 30 days from.
You said end of September 1st.
Yeah, and I changed it to Labor Day because end of September is too close to your 3-week gap.
You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose, Dan. There's no way. There's you got to know the dynamic. You don't know you don't even know the growth factor. Like we've never had that kind of growth. Well, you're gonna go.
Kind of growth I experience every day. So let's do it.
Okay, Labor Day.
All right,
Labor Day.
Anna, and a more realistic as you are.
Yes.
Are lotioning up your hands.
By Chanika.
Thank you. I'm going to say September 25th. Can I just give a date?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
That was my
I think
original.
you guys are way off. I think Rhett's going to come in with a more realistic number because he knows. No, that's why I'm saving my number. I think my number is going to be probably the closest, just because I analyze these numbers more than anybody. But Rhett, what's your vote?
I was actually going to say Halloween,
Okay.
October 31st.
Okay. And Mach, is he outside?
Yeah, he's outside, super set in the garage door.
I'm not. No. But
Do you think Thanksgiving?
I think it'll take us to the January 1st.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
You don't think so?
It'll be before the new year, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm going to say Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that maybe that's the gift our fine Bubba Army will give to me for my Thanksgiving holiday. Will they send me off for my little bit of vacation that I get, my 4 days off with $100,000 ass kick? Say, there you go, buddy. We gave it to you. Stop bitching, you Jabba the Hutt looking beggar.
Whoa.
I don't know where that came from.
Hey.
Wow.
I swear to God. Screams of pain. or screams of pleasure? Nobody really knows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after this.
Somebody just got lunch.
That's one of my favorites.
I know.
Oh, okay. I'll see you after. Okay. Text me, let me know if anything goes.
Unity, good morning. Yes, it's the Shimano DI2 or whatever it's called. Electric shifting. It's nice. It's faster. It's all Durace now too. With the zip 454 rims. Schwalbe's. It drove perfectly when I was riding with Bubba over the weekend. It's a little no, and I'm changing the bottom bracket actually this week. Sunblock ranch. Black. It's the Canyon Air Road. Those are like the ivermectin horror stories. Bullshit. Unity, the Durace are lighter than the ceramic ones. They'll probably don't have much resistance. Welcome, Carlos Club. Oh, I have John has a question. Hi, Miss Ned. Good morning. You like them? Why? Dura Ace is the components. Unity. Hi, Miss Ned. Shirtless. It's great. I'm really happy with the bike. Oh yeah, shirtless.
Oh yeah, let me.
He's all shirtless out there, just getting after it.
Who?
Macho.
Oh, is he?
Tree guys are out there now. Macho's shirtless.
Dura Ace. Yes.
Macho's is he having a pose down out there?
Oh, he's having a pose down with the tree guys.
Oh, he is?
Oh yeah.
With the tree guys.
Is he winning?
Oh, he's definitely winning. The little Spanish guys are about $110.
Oh shit.
He's all oiled up.
Macho's oiled up?
Mm-hmm.
Is he really?
Might be sweat, but it looks like oil. He's all shiny, I can tell you that.
He had an oil spray down before he went out there. Back in 2 seconds.
Him and Jay are gonna have a pose down when he gets here. close. Dark match, are you driving by? You gonna do a drive-by on Macho? Dan out there.
Sounds like a circus out there, doesn't it?
Mm, sure is.
Fucking dogs barking.
I was to make back in time.
How much teeth said didn't have Jason imposed on Macho?
She'll blow all out of water. Fucking Jay doing a buzz down.
Don't bust him up.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap.
I mean, we know what's important.
More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
You just babbling about
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Secret Service was investigating the shocking discovery of cocaine just steps from the Oval Office. Conservative media is pointing the finger at the president's troubled son, Hunter.
This was all unfolding in between visits from the president's son, Hunter, a recovering drug addict.
You can tour the White House if you give him an ounce of cocaine. But it got shut down when somebody found his cocaine.
Secret Service evacuated parts of the White House yesterday.
Hunter likes cocaine.
You identified Hunter Biden was paying prostitutes related to a potential prostitution ring. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
They won't prosecute when he buys prostitutes and cocaine.
The D.C. Fire Department confirmed it was cocaine.
When they impeach Trump, he celebrates with a bump of cocaine.
Hunter Biden had written off payments to prostitutes.
Hunter likes cocaine.
There were deductions for what we believe to be escorts, and then that $10,000 golf club membership that was for a sex club.
His computer got pawned while he was high on cocaine. He said it was hacked, but he sold it for crack cocaine.
Dishonorably discharged. That's not true. It wasn't dishonorably. Cocaine use.
Hunter likes cocaine.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it.
While Joe sniffs minors, Hunter is snorting liners of cocaine. He snorted his brother's ashes. He thought it was a stash of cocaine.
Talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking about me.
I don't know, Bo. Hunter likes cocaine.
Hunter Biden is a degenerate drug user. His own father was the man in the U.S. Senate for over a decade pushing for stronger penalties for crack cocaine users.
For my fellow Hoosiers, I'm doing a special meet and greet at the U.S. Nationals, the NHRA U.S. Nationals. I'll have some tickets for that. I'll be at the two booths. I'll be at Skag with my boy Randy, and I'll be at Fatheads with my boy Rico. I think, Lumbee, I'm going to be hanging out in an American Eagle coach RV.
Nice.
Part of the Rev Corporation. Thank you, Alan and Don. I think Rico's getting me a golf cart, and my boy Justin from NHRA is getting me all my passes and stuff. I will be at both places, Skag and Fatheads. I'll have a certain time. And Lummy, I might even like hand out some merch.
Oh, really?
Like if you come to the Skag display at noon on Saturday for the first 10 or 15 Bubba Army people, I'll give you like a T-shirt or a hat or Bubba something some type of piece of merchandise. But that's going to have to require me to ship it up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll think about it. Just keep following our Facebook, listening to the show, following our Twitter, all at the Bubba Army for updates. And then that Friday night, Lummy, a bunch of the guys, I think Scotty Landers, I think Kosteka, I think Julie Bernal, I think Cable Dog. Haven't heard from Wags, but nobody ever hears from Wags.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in chat lately either.
I think another guy is coming over. But I think I got about maybe 10 or 12 Bubba Army that are going to the Warsaw football game that Friday night. And then later that night, there might be some people that not make it to the football game, but then we're going to get together at this little bar. It's literally called Downtown because it's downtown.
The downtown.
What's a normal crowd for a Warsaw football game?
I would say probably, they fill up. The Warsaw side's completely filled up.
Oh, okay.
So, and then the other side, usually about half fill for the visitors. I would say probably maybe 6,000.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's a lot of people.
5,000 or 6,000.
Yeah, that is a lot of people.
It's a real crowd.
Yeah,
it's the and in Warsaw on Friday night, that's the only thing you do. Go to football game. What are you doing? Go to the golf. I mean, if me and Larry Plummer, if I lived in Warsaw on Friday nights, Lummy, we'd be going to the ball game.
I gotcha. Okay.
Post Malone's not there at Friday night.
It's just like, it's the epitome of John Cougar's I was born in a small town.
So the whole town kind of shuts down. Everyone goes.
Yeah, everybody goes. And this new coach, his name's Bart, Coach Bart. Warsaw for the existence of the high school. I think the high school might have opened in like 1905 or something. You might be able to look up. But since the inception of Warsaw High, it's always been a basketball school. Like Warsaw is the epitome of it was probably arguably at one time one of the top 5 basketball programs in the state. It's always been a basketball school. We've had 3 or 4 Indiana Mr. Basketball. They've won a couple state, maybe they've won one state championship, but now basketball's a joke. And this new dude about 8 years ago came in, Coach Bart. He was like a big time coach. It's almost like it's almost like a Varsity Blues story where they get this. It's almost like Hoosiers. Remember Hoosiers? They brought the coach in and he was like tough on the kids, and
there was a little doubt.
Right,
he was too hard.
Right, and they're like Coach Bart's just like the coach they brought in for the Hoosier, and now it's a joke of a basketball school, and it's like a big time football. Like when you think Warsaw, you think football. Mm-hmm. And he'll have 100. Back in the day, when Warsaw, man, it's never had a football program ever, of any consistency. They'd pull a couple years out where they'd be like 9-1 for. Like once a decade, they'd have a good team. Well, they've had, since this new guy came in, Coach Bart, I don't know that they've lost. I think they average 7 to 8 wins a year. They're like 8-2, 9-1, 7-3.
That's great.
And he's just turned it in. He had 100 kids go out for football.
Wow.
100 kids go out for football, and now he's implemented his offense and the way he does things, Dan, all throughout the middle school. So all the middle school coaches are running his stuff. All the people in the rec leagues in Warsaw, they all run his offense. He knows every kid in the system, and so he's kind of built up a system.
And it takes someone like that that's disruptive but successful to really make a program.
Yeah,
stick.
so he was retired from football, and he was in the Indiana Coaching Hall of Fame. He's like the 4th or 5th most winningest coach in the history of Warsaw of Indiana high school football, and he comes out of retirement. Warsaw somehow, I don't know how the athletic director did it, Dan, I don't know, but he comes out of retirement to little old Warsaw, and now he's turned it's just like the movie Hoosiers. He's now turned them into like big time contenders for the state championship. Like, and it's very prestigious to be a football player.
It's amazing what a little envelope will do.
Well, I'm not insinuating that some Guido guy from Warsaw, Indiana.
I'm not saying it was me.
The Kralis brothers went and waxed bought Bart's home, Coach Bart's home for him. It's just really.
All of a sudden, I got Coach Gruden coaching my kids' flag football team. I don't know how it happened.
He'd been driving a Ferrari.
Can you imagine?
It's yours for the next 3 months. Just coach these kids.
Hey, what Coach Gruden? Well, I mean, Coach Gruden is your good friend.
Right.
Do you think he would come out once for a game?
He said he would.
Oh, that would be so huge. The kids would be. Oh my God. That is just.
They keep talking about you more than anything else.
Oh yeah,
Coach Bubba.
I might miss the first game. I'm so sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go watch Warsaw play Concord.
And Concord, that's going to be a tough game, Lummy.
Is that the rival?
One of them.
Yeah, we're playing the Patriots. You're playing Concord.
We're playing the Concord Minutemen. And I think it's alumni night. I think Larry and I are getting recognized on the field.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Co-captains 1984. Larry turned to me because we go and talk to the kids, every Thursday when I go up there. Coach Bart lets me and Larry talk to the kids, like a little motivation deal, former, alumni. And I got to thinking, all right, so if you're a kid in Warsaw High right now, let's say you're a sophomore and you're on the varsity football team, and you got and coach says, hey, I got a couple former captain of the 1984 team that'd like to, former Tiger alumni, co-captains of 1984 to talk to you. That would be like when I was in the 80s, some dudes from the 30s coming, I think. Isn't it?
Like the 40s, yeah. Like someone from like World War II coming in to coach.
Yeah, but I'd be like,
recognized.
Man, look at this old guy. It might be. I may not want to talk to the team because maybe they're like, man, they're bringing in some like antique dudes.
These old assholes.
Listening to 80s music.
I don't even know anybody that was around in 1984.
No, and listening to 80s music now would be like we had listened to World War II era music. Literally like that. Remember Saving Private Ryan?
Right.
The guy had the little record thing right before the last big scene. It was kind of like a calm 3 minutes of this like old time song.
Right.
That's what 80s music is. Would have been to us.
If me and Larry were there in 1984 and Coach Westover said, hey, everybody take a knee. I got two guys coming in from the 34 team.
Yeah.
We'd be like, what?
Leather helmets, no face mask.
From the 34 team?
Yeah.
What in the hell? What do these guys know about anything?
The football was actually a pig.
So anyway, I think we actually, Larry and I, give a pretty good message, and I'm excited about it. And so if you are a Bubba Army and you're in northern Indiana and you got a chance to come up to Warsaw on Friday the 8th, either hit the football game and then go to the bar is usually, it's literally called the Downtown, right across the street from the courthouse. Parking's in the back. It's just this little old tavern. But I heard Julie Bernal. Remember my friend?
Yeah.
I went to high school. I was in the same grade as her former husband, who he just died, Richie Caldwell.
Oh.
That's Julie Caldwell's ex-husband. They had children together, and then they divorced. He was like the big time. And Dan, when you think of a male hairdresser, you instantaneously think of potentially a gay guy. Do you not?
Yeah, but yes.
And Richie Caldwell was not only the best male hairdresser in the city of Warsaw, where like every chick was trying to. He was like the stud, like the best looking man. He was like the hottest dude in all of Warsaw, and every chick was trying to be with him. And so so it was like completely opposite of what you would think a normal male hairdresser would be. Not only is he not gay, he's literally the hottest, straight guy in town. So Dan, can you imagine all the MILFs and all the cougs that are booking to get their hair did by Richie Caldwell?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're lining up.
They were. I bet you there were some husbands be like, you know what, you can't get your hair did by
You just got it cut last week.
Yeah. So we were listening to the Hunter Biden cocaine deal, and I just wrote a little note down, Hunter, because I wanted to talk about it, because I think we're being somewhat I don't want to say we are collectively being hypocritical, but we kind of are. and I'm not trying to stick up for the guy at all. But I mean, if my dad, I mean, and I'm not trying to give the guy a break. I think he's a scumbag. I think that he's did a lot of bad stuff. But Dan, how out of control would you be if your dad was the president and you, I mean, let's just be honest, man. I mean, that's a pretty cool gig. Your dad's the president and he was also the vice president for 8 years. I mean, you'd be probably a little bit of a hellion getting in some trouble too.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun to, fly across the world on Air Force One or Air Force Two.
Air Force Two.
It would be a lot of fun to do blow off of hookers' asses in the White House.
Don't hate.
It would be really cool to, get millions and millions of dollars of bribes to help steer my dad in a direction he doesn't even know which way he's facing. It'd be a lot of fun. That sounds like fun to me, to rent houses for $50,000 a month and not have to pay for them.
Yeah, I mean, Dan,
to just
what
do
I'm saying,
all that stuff would be awesome. It would be awesome to be above the law.
Hold on. Take off your political hat.
Okay, I am.
And yes,
Dude,
and there are some people that are unfortunately above the law for whatever reason, and you're able to roll like that. I mean, you can't say that we would do it.
Drug
would we
parties
not?
with minors.
Would we not?
Would
we not?
Yeah, let's do it all. Paint our faces red.
Less the
Have
minors.
babies with strippers.
If me and yours' dad was the vice president for 8 years and then the president, we would be using that to our advantage for everything.
Except for I wouldn't take bribes. That's the part where I would stop.
Well, it's because you're rich.
That's the part where I'd stop. Well, how did they get so rich? You know what I mean? I mean, they've been given these sweetheart deals, these literally like fake jobs for millions of dollars for literally decades. But
I'd love to have one of those deals.
Well, that would be great. But, the whole bribery thing is, they should hang from a rope for bribery.
Well, I think a lot of people, too, also are mad about the hypocrisy.
Yes.
Like other...
listen, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm sitting here sticking up for Hunter Biden. I'm just saying.
Well, what a rock star.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is like, if I was just to break it down as a man, I mean, that's pretty pimp, right? Now, it's not right, and especially intensify the not rightness by the position that you're in, meaning you're just not some rich kids. My dad's rich and I'm rolling around. I mean, your dad is arguably, the most important person in the world, so that should hold you to a higher standard where you're not accessible to government and to be paid off for certain things like they're saying. Like, yeah, but if you were just to break it down as a dude, how cool would it be to be doing lines of blow off hookers' asses,
that's the problem.
flying around on
the main
Air
problem.
Force One? Hell yeah, buddy!
But Bubba, would you be Motley Crue or Aerosmith?
Motley Crue.
See, I'd be Aerosmith.
What?
Well, I
think Motley Crue.
I would be Motley
difference
Crue
is-
because I want Tommy Lee's penis.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I want
Steven Tyler's
endurance and longevity.
I want to
apparently
be.
he can last forever.
I want to be Michael. I want to be Metallica.
There you go.
That's what I want to be.
But what I mean by that is, like Motley Crue were notorious for destroying hotel rooms and being really, really, really disruptive to the point where they almost lost their ability to be a band. Whereas Aerosmith didn't get in as much trouble and got through it all without a lot of the controversy. And so
you could be Kiss, where Gene Simmons, who is a Jewish man, cuts all his own deals and does not have an agent that he has to pay 10% because Gene Simmons is the agent, and he actually cuts is so down to the wire that he has a meeting with the arena manager at the end of the night to settle up because he gets a percentage of concession stand sales too, and he sends 3 or 4 dudes to go count. He's so meticulous that he pre-counts the cups in the entire building so that when they give him how many beers they sold, he has a way to be able to say if they're lying or not. That's Gene Simmons. That's the dude you want to be on,
I think
right?
Dan was giving 2 options for a reason. Trying to make a point about
I know
not being disruptive.
So I mean, I think the
but
ultimate
he is disruptive.
I think the ultimate affiliation would be to do this all and be invisible about it. But he was so cavalier that he got busted all across the board, and so not careful where he leaves his laptop behind and other things like that, where he's leaving evidence behind. If he was a little better at playing the game, he would have gotten away with more.
Yeah.
But he's such a an ass clown and so really cavalier about it, thinking that he was untouchable, that maybe is getting touched.
But there are people that roll around and got away with a bunch of stuff that really think they're untouchable. There are some people.
There are people that are untouchable.
They do. And the Clintons are untouchable. The Obamas are untouchable. And it looks like the Bidens are untouchable because no matter what they do, no one's really getting in trouble. But that's fine.
And that's not even like top level stuff.
No.
That's not even the not even the skull and bones kind of deal.
When you start talking about like Larry
about.
Fink and George Soros and people like
but
that.
what about Gates? What has he gotten away with? He's been Epstein Island a bunch of times. What did he get away with that no one's talking about? What about Soros, like you said, and some of these other guys that are really, 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 really wealthy that make the Obamas and the Clintons look like they're paupers.
Yeah.
And what are they getting away with? And so to be honest with you, I don't care what these people are doing unless they're stealing my money or touching children. I really don't care what they're doing. I don't care. But if they're stealing money, taking bribes against the interests of our country, or touching kids, then they should all be drawn and quartered.
Speaking of which, before I go into words, and then I have an idea, like I'm really contemplating, really honest to God, maybe starting next year to doing only a 4-day-a-week show.
Oh.
Next year?
Yeah, I'm
cut out Thursdays?
I don't know what day I'm going to cut out. No, it wouldn't be Thursdays.
It's Friday, so I can't do my show anymore.
No, well then, Anna, we would just make your show. We'd make your show on Thursdays then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why is that, Bubba?
Just because. I mean.
What?
Why not?
But that freaks me out.
What?
I can't have that much free time.
It's a day.
A day a week?
You guys could still come in.
Oh, really? Okay.
It would just be without me. That's what we would do. If we decide, if I do whittle it down, and by the way, there's a study here that's saying there's these school municipalities that are going to 4-day weeks, and that's the story we're going to play next. But
because the teachers don't want to work a 5th day. It's because the teachers, it's all about the teachers' unions.
Well, I don't want to work
There's
a 5th day.
absolutely no data that supports a 4-day week is superior to a 5-day week for kids. Not there. That's like saying, let's make a longer summer. Let's have a 6-month summer, because there's no data to support a long summer.
Ice cream for everybody.
The data is keep them in school as much as possible throughout the week and throughout the year. They do better. They stay out of trouble. It helps the parents continue to work, because if you make school a 4-day week, then you have to make work a 4-day week. So it all falls downhill, and then we don't do anything. Everyone just does less. Let's just everybody do less than they did 5 years ago, and then 5 years from now we'll do even less.
So Dan, are you for school year round?
Dan just talked me out of it.
You're right.
You want school year round? No summer breaks?
I think that it would be better for our children if school summers were even shorter than they are now. Yes, it would be better for our children. If you want to look at it objectively,
take more little breaks.
Yeah, more like 3-day weekends and 4-day weekends and week breaks.
Yeah,
maybe have like a week for 4th of July, a week for Labor Day, a week for Memorial Day, and all of a sudden, these kids are smarter because again, no one's doing anything. There's been nothing done to make up for...
So they're not stimulated during the summer at all?
No, unless they're rich and they're in camps and stuff. But the kids are... We talk about, trying to narrow the gap between those who have and those who have not, or those who get and those who are discriminated against. But one of the biggest gaps in education is the wealth gap, because during the summers, when there is a 2-month vacation, the wealthy tend to keep their kids in tutoring and camps, whereas the
wealthy
less,
traveled
and they travel, and whereas the less fortunate, they don't do anything.
Try
but
to get
sit on
PS5s
TV.
in New York City and cause a riot.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the world we live in now, unfortunately.
It's really simple. We just got to make an agreement. Here's the deal.
There is solidarity in sickness.
Well, that's exactly what we can do for each other. Separately, we are flawed and vulnerable, but together, we are the masters of our sexual destiny.
Honest to God. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after this.
Sneed?
Huh?
Sneed?
No, Sam the...
Huh? Oh, Sam Friedman?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with him? I heard he got off everything.
I know they said he got off some stuff.
Did he get everything?
I know some stuff.
Look for it. Send me the article if you can.
But that's another person that just kind of disappeared. He took a shit ton of money.
If he took my money and then he got off, then I'd be in jail for hurting him.
What's that?
If he took my money and then got off scot-free, then I would be in jail for hurting him.
Who?
Samuel Bankman-Fried or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah.
How the fuck do you get a car up there? Wow. It's a hell of a wreck. That's how you want to go. Love Army Mom, that's a good cause. Iggy, good example.
Really dropping the campaign finance charge.
They're dropping the what?
Campaign finance charge. That's
Mom, you want to do Super Beats?
Super Beats next.
Mommy, I need that NHRA air check.
Bro.
Oh, but someone's asking what you were eating.
Oh, I was eating a Factor soft taco.
Factor soft taco. Okay. Holy yolk. Did you hear that? What's up, Nick? Good honor.
Hey Dan, how was your have you tried your rustic cut willies yet?
Yeah, I had him. I remember I had him Sunday night.
I know, but how are they?
Unreal. Melted in my mouth.
Can like, honest to God, you can tell the quality. Like, it's as good of a steak as I've had anywhere.
Yeah, no, it's as good as a steak as there is. It's a wonderful piece of meat. I'm looking forward to the other steaks I bought.
Have you tried the ribeye yet?
I bought them. I haven't tried it yet.
Oh my God, you got it.
I bought 4 thick fuckers.
Oh, the ribeyes are fucking unbelievable.
Yeah. I bought 8 fillets, 4 ribeyes, and 4 strips. Hold on a second. Hey, Paul, I'm on the radio. What's up?
Look at that. Dan's getting a big time call right now.
I'm doing the surgery from here. What do you need? Doing surgery from here.
Hey, Lemmy, that's like an important guy call right there.
Oh, exactly.
Some kind of call that we'll never get.
Well, he's gotta head out.
Because you know what, Lemmy, we're just, honest to God, we're just a couple jobbers.
Jobbers.
We're just a couple
Think for
jobbers.
yourself.
We're just a couple jobbers.
Couple jobbers.
Not me.
Lemmy, does the Sound of Freedom have a trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched it.
Oh, we did?
I think so.
Okay.
We
I've been trying to see it, but
I'm
then
sorry.
also it's like, do I
I've been
really
trying
want
to
be
get it,
sad?
but I can't get a good pirate copy of it.
Yeah, we're working on that too.
So, you know, hold on. So we can sister girl on that. Because I actually thought I had a good pirate gimmick, and I tried to I'm like, I can't hear it that good. Fucking. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. I'm talking to the screen. I got this pirated copy, and I tried to watch.
We're trying to work on it.
And I'm trying to watch it, and I'm like, man, I can't get through it. And then the beginning's so fucking bizarre, isn't it?
I didn't watch it yet.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah.
You know what I watched? Because we were talking about it. It was Wolf of Wall Street. I rewatched.
Oh,
it.
the best. The best.
Da-da,
The best.
da-da, da-da. Margot Robbie is a fucking
Is she not a fucking 12? Bitch is a 12. And then just how she just like her swag.
Yeah.
She's just got this sexy slut fucking God.
Bitch ass.
I'm talking about Margot Robbie and Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, I rewatched
Oh.
I don't even rewatch movies. I rewatch that movie.
She goes, "Are we really gonna be just friends?
We're not.
We're not gonna be just friends." And he's like,
Yeah.
I liked her. She was awesome.
She's so.
She from
Did
here?
she win? Did she win anything for that role?
She must have.
She had to.
Probably got a Golden Globe or something.
Yeah, it's something with Wall Street.
Broadcasting live
Filthy bastard!
from the den of sin. Just leave your morals at the door.
Yeah!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from some type of blood pressure support. Super Beat Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support a healthy blood pressure lifestyle. They even promote heart-healthy energy as well. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. Over 30,000 5-star reviews and waiting and more and building, I should say. They're the #1 pharmaceutical recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure support that you can count on. Our very own Dr. Dan Diaco,
Yes.
who doesn't endorse or like much other than Ferraris
Like Mikey.
and hot chicks, he gobbles down 2 to 4 Super Beat Heart Chews a day, and he's a real live doctor and a lawyer too. Double your potential with Super Beat Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beat Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Use promo code BUBBA. That's GetSuperBeats, BEETS, getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Promo code Bubba. Thank you. So during the break, Anna brought up that she rewatched, after we were talking about it last week.
Yeah.
After we had talked about The Wolf of Wall Street and Margot Robbie.
Which I've seen before. I've seen the movie before, and I never rewatch movies. I rewatched it this weekend.
And she's
so
just,
good.
and then Dan walked in. I'm like, Dan, Margot Robbie and Wolf of Wall Street. And he's like, oh my God. Like, there's not a dude that I know, married, single, divorced, that's heterosexual, that just doesn't melt over her role and her swagger in her role at Wolf of Wall Street. Probably one of the hottest female roles in all time of what's the film business? Cinematography, right?
Cinematics, yeah.
I mean, like almost like a Bo Derek 10 kind of sexy feel, right? Or Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. There's been some huge franchises.
It was the pinnacle of her hotness, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. God.
But how do you feel about Jennifer Lawrence? You think she's a babe?
I do. No, you know what?
I want to.
I knew he was going to do that.
I want to, and I just can't.
I do.
I used to like her a little bit, and now I just think she sucks.
Dan, why?
I don't know. It's just not my type. I mean,
she's my type all day.
She's too like, and she's got that attitude that like the world's like annoying her.
How about the one that's dating Machine Gun Kelly? Which
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
I like her.
I like her, but she's kind of.
I know that you like that kind of nasty.
But she's kind of trashed up since she's been with. Like she was a little more pristine when she was with the one dude.
She's always a little,
Oh, Jay's here. Okay, hold on.
It's kind of dirty. I know you like that.
She's always a little dirty.
I don't know.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jay.
Megan Fox's face doesn't move anymore.
It doesn't?
No, it's kind of weird. She was super hot 10 years ago, and now she's just a weird mom who has 3 transgender kids. It's weird.
Oh, are they?
3 of them. It's a big story on it. It's craziness.
I saw that.
See, like,
it's craziness.
She's...
Well, take away the personality and the political agenda, but just herself. She just looks trashy and dirty.
That's what she does. But you know what? That trashy
but I know you
and dirty.
like that. I know you like that.
But hold on. It worked until it doesn't.
But wasn't she one of the first girls that you ever saw that had the tattoos all over her forearms with like a paragraph and it didn't bother you?
Yeah.
She was like one of the first ones.
Yeah, she's one of the
that
very
was super
first one that
mainstream.
was kind of tatted up. Bad girl tatted up, and you could get through it.
You could.
Yeah, but Pam Anderson has tats. You got through them.
But there's one little barbed wire thing. She had them all over her forearms.
Yeah.
I mean, she was way more tatted up.
I like Keira Knightley more than both of them.
Well, she's got no tattoos. She's just pristine.
How about the one that
Orange is the New Black?
No, that Tom Brady's dating now.
She's
Irina Shayk.
Yeah, I
haven't even seen her, and she's got to be a smoke show.
Oh, you don't know Irina Shayk?
No, let's look at her.
Oh, she's a Russian supermodel. She's
Please.
stunning.
Here, I got it. I got it right here. I'll show it to you.
She's so hot.
Wait till you see.
Even now.
Wait till you see. Let me see. Sailor, child porn.
What?
Videos, Gucci. Here we go. Inside Tom Brady, and this is Tom Brady's new. She's a model too, is she not?
Well,
she's
she was. No, she still does model. She dated Bradley Cooper
She's
for a minute.
tiny though for a model because he's so
tiny.
She look how little is she? She looks like she's like 5'5", 5'6".
Hold on, we got to hear.
Oh no, she's tall.
Well, Tom Brady is what?
standing like on a step.
He's enormous.
Yeah, he's like 6'3", 6'4".
You look at him on the field. He's a big dude.
I feel like she's tall as hell.
All right, we're sitting through this this pre-roll Willie here. Catch a lobster on an old time boat. Go to the lighthouse. No, this is a commercial.
Plan your trip at visitmaine.com.
So this is Maine. Let's go to Maine.
Maine sucks.
Dan goes Maine sucks.
This is your summer to
No, hold
smile
on.
with Aspen.
That's
A double Willie.
Not
throwing
fair.
a double on me.
Not fair.
I'm not. You can't throw a Maine with an Aspen dental chaser. That's not cool.
Not at all.
Jesus, my Lord. Pre-roll Willie, get the hell off my screen.
There we go. Oh, she's beautiful.
Tom Brady reportedly wanted things with Irina. Is it Shank?
That's the shortened version of her name. It's like Shankalamalam.
Oh, that's
really Shamalama ding ding.
Pretty hot. I mean,
oh, she's Russian.
oh, is she?
Yeah, like from a small town in Russia.
Oh my.
Yeah, she's
What do you think?
stunning.
What do you think Giselle's doing? Oh, this is him and her in a car together.
Karate.
And
She dated Cristiano Ronaldo.
And he's rubbing her face.
right.
This is Tom Brady rubbing her face. Look, hold on. Yeah, how about some oral right here, huh?
See, if you were Tom Brady, wouldn't you want somebody that Ronaldo had not been with? Right? I mean, is there not another woman in this entire world that's that hot that you gotta go to somewhere else has been, someone else has been?
If you're Tom Brady, you probably can get any woman from 25 to 35 in the world. Right?
So it says he gets a soulless Russian.
Look how beautiful. Look how stunning. I'm going to send you this video of her on Ellen.
They look
hold on. And there's old girl. She's getting a little up in the years. So, I mean, hey, if you're Tom Brady, Dan, you trade the 39, 41-year-old in for the 29 Willie.
Yeah. Hey, G, let's make him jealous.
I sent you Irina in an interview when she was like at her peak hotness. Like just stunning. A 10 out of 10.
Let me find it. All right. I wonder if Brady's going to start bringing a kid. That's when crap starts hitting the fan. When you broke up with your girl and then you're bringing your new girl around the kids. You know what I'm saying?
That just upsets the other
Mommy
one.
doesn't like that too much.
That usually ends up not too good.
No.
Although Giselle was brought into that situation when she first hooked up with Tom Brady. Remember, he had a girl pregnant.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, Bridget. Look,
she was beautiful
what
too.
the hell?
Oh my gosh, she glides.
10. She's a 10. That's a 10 right there.
She glides.
That is a 10.
That's a 10.
Even Dan Diaco, the most critical man in the history of the free living world.
Sign me up.
Is that a 10?
10.
That is a 10. That is just style and grace.
Ellen is loving that hug.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
She leaned in.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right? I remember seeing that. I'm like, get the F out of here.
Look at her legs.
Oh my God.
She's like
How
a
long ago
giraffe
is
or
that?
something.
How long ago is this?
That was 12 years ago.
Oh my God.
Irina.
Where were you for the last 12 years?
Irina. Yes.
Shake,
Yes.
right? Shake. Okay, and you are from where?
I'm from Russia.
Yes.
I'm from very, very small, tiny village in Russia. It's like 2 hours by flight from Moscow to south.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I mean, and so, Dan, she's been raised under some rough conditions, so she really appreciates,
No doubt.
Or 3 days by train.
Uh-huh.
It's like
I would then fly. And it's and what's the name of the town?
It's Yemanzhelinsk.
Oh,
It's kind of like my real last name because my real last name is Sheikh Islamova. And everybody.
Yeah, sign me up.
Shaky Shlamavon.
That's what I said.
I'll shake your shlama
I'm
along.
surprised she's got so much fat on the side of her breast. It surprises me.
What?
Someone
What?
as thin as her.
I didn't even I've already exited out of it, Dan. I found her flawless, and you already found her.
I found something.
Of course you did, Dr.
One of those girls has got
Wait,
more
what?
breasts to the outside than behind the nipple.
Side boobs hot though.
Yeah. Well,
Right on the outside.
You mean you're talking about like a bulging willy?
I'm talking about
she's
like
gonna get a
beyond the
bulger?
confines of a normal breast. There's a lot of side breasts there.
No, but Dan, if you were dating her, you'd chop
Lipo
it down to zero.
Right, exactly.
Fixable.
She doesn't need lipo.
Well, many kids around the country will have a different schedule when they head back to school this fall.
A growing number of school districts are switching to a 4-day school week. CBS News' Bradley Blackburn.
And so I saw this, and I was like, maybe in next year I'll switch to 4 days. And then I'm thinking, Dan kind of talked me out of it.
Well, I agree with Dan.
Maybe I'll just take a little bit longer. Maybe I'll take a few more little mini vacations.
That's a good idea.
Than doing 4 days a week. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking me out of Muff.
Explains why.
You're welcome.
Thank you, dude.
When the school bell rings in Independence, Missouri this year, 14,000 students are trying something new. A 4-day week with Mondays off.
Man, where was this when we were growing up?
Where's the parents' job on Monday?
Yeah, true. You know, let's see what they do.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Let's see this guy. Well, this guy made this.
Minutes onto the day. So the instructional minutes will be almost
with Mondays off.
We're adding 35 minutes onto the day. So the instructional.
But Dan, I will tell you this, man. I would if I'm a kid, and they're like, okay, 35 minutes extra per day, but Mondays off. Bitch.
Yeah, you know what they're going to have to do is provide child care, and people like my mother who were working would have to have had us in child care because there was no Monday at home.
Nuh-uh. Your mom was a school teacher.
No, not when we were kids. She was running a hot dog stand. She was working at Dillard's. She was working at. My mom worked anywhere.
Thank you. We have to go downtown and sell hot dogs now on Monday.
Oh,
right.
Oh, really?
Instead of going to school and being cool like everybody else.
Going to school and being cool, or our strict ass mom had us slinging frankfurters.
Nice.
Minutes
will be almost exactly the same.
Superintendent Dale Hurl and his staff have spent months planning for this calendar change. His district is the largest in the state to move to a 4-day schedule. They'll offer 5th-day child care to families for.
But Dan, I mean, it might save, like you're saving a day of fuel for the buses. You're saving a day of electricity for the schools.
Yeah, it gives us more money to free up so we can send more money to Ukraine and do other things like that and do all the green agenda. It's BS, Bubba. You know it's BS. The teachers union did it because they're a bunch of alcoholics that they have to have Monday to recover from their weekend alcoholic binge. It's ridiculous. It doesn't help the kids.
I wish I had a Dan Diago disclaimer. I'm not telling all teachers that voted for this alcoholics.
Yeah.
I have myself. Hi, this is Bubba the Love Sponge. I hold myself to a different decorum than that individual.
Well, who's going to do the child care?
$30 a day.
Well, that's the thing. And also, they talked about during the pandemic where children of color and who are not of means couldn't get meals. Where are you supposed to get meals on Monday?
Right. And
where are you getting lunch and
all the disadvantaged kids are going to be screwed even worse on Monday now.
They said that Monday you could do child care for $30.
Right. You have to pay for it, but now you do child care?
Yeah.
So your kids still going to school 5 days a week. They're just not getting taught one day. They're just sitting around beating on each other.
Except one day costs you $30.
One day costs you $30 to get a $5 lunch.
You can send your kid to school for free regularly on Monday, or pay $30 for this particular Monday because we're not in session.
You see that there's a slippery slope here. I mean, what we're doing is we're actually degrading our education further and further.
You are.
We're putting more of a burden on the families and the parents. It becomes more of a disadvantage to those who are economically disadvantaged. It's racist.
It is. Inherently, it's going to hurt children of no means and black and brown children much worse.
These black kids are going to get arrested on Mondays because they're going to be out doing bad stuff instead of being in school getting taught things that are necessary to succeed in life, and instead they're going to be getting in trouble on Mondays because their teachers are too tired to go back to school.
There will certainly that could be a potential cost that they otherwise would not have.
Nearly 900 school districts across 26 states now use a 4-day schedule. That's up from 650 districts.
Look, there's this many states have. Not the entire state, but districts.
But almost 1,000 school districts, 876 school districts. It's insane.
What a bunch of woke ass bitches.
And this is designed to be misleading. It's designed to make those states that aren't this way look like they're behind the times. Again, this is a manipulative illustration to try to shame these other white states into being more like the golden states.
In 2020. While smaller rural districts have long favored the schedule, larger districts are now shortening their school week to recruit and retain teachers.
The number of teacher applicants.
So you're right, Dan.
It's all about the teachers,
So
man.
you're right. I mean, I thought you were being a dick, but it's actually because that's the way that these teachers won't work unless it's this way, right?
They got accustomed to working less during the pandemic, too.
Right. And this is what goes to what my next comment was, and that is I bet these numbers were exponentially increased since 2020 because of the shutdown.
Staying at home.
The move to
I think
teleschool.
also a lot of teachers don't want to teach the kids. The kids are just bad. They can't do anything anymore.
Kids are monsters nowadays.
We blame the kids? Are we going to really blame the kids?
No.
Why not?
No, we blame the parents.
Yes.
Parents are creating monsters.
Yes.
And it's not at Jesuit, and it's not at Plan, and it's not
everywhere.
But it's mostly the public school system. It's far not. Again, Trey at Jesuit, probably doesn't have to deal with the same thing that the kid that goes to Land O'Lakes High.
If we went to a 4-day school week, there's not one person in that school who would suffer other than someone who is a minority. And we have a third of our school students that are minorities and people who are on financial aid, 35% on financial aid. You think those people can afford Monday not working because it pays your kids?
It's cool that Jesuit offers financial aid like that.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's pretty cool.
This is a systemic problem. It doesn't matter what school you're in. Every child needs 5 days of education. And like Danny said, there should be more 3-day weekends and long weekends, and there should be a shorter summer because
how long
my
is
kid
summer?
hasn't done anything in
2 months.
8 weeks.
A fat 2 months.
Nothing.
10
Getting ready
weeks.
for school in 3 or 4 days, and he can barely stay awake right now.
But hold on, I know that you guys say that summer break's long, but I can remember that I think it used to even be longer when we were in kids.
It was like 3+ months.
We would get
Now
we
it's
would
2.
literally be out on the last week of May. We never got into June. We were always off like sometimes before Memorial Day. Like the last week of May they let you out. Maybe it might have been June 1, June 2.
Yeah, we were beginning of June. First week of June.
First week of June. June 1st through the 5th.
And we went back like the last week of August.
Like the 17th or 23rd or something
24th,
like
26th.
Yeah.
Our kids
late
go back
August.
now.
Real late in August. Like the last week of August.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you're right. I remember that.
And so it would be all of June, all of July, and
Most of
almost
August.
in 3 weeks of August.
Yep.
That's how it used to be. So what is it now? What is it now? Just like
It's now like pretty much June 1st to like August 10th.
Right.
So they cut cut 2 weeks out of
at
it.
At least 2 weeks. Yeah. It's
They cut
about
2 weeks
it's
out of
about 9 weeks. Maybe 10.
That we've
And Dan's already ready to send the kids back.
received have gone up more than 4.
Well, school has started, hasn't it?
Starts today, tomorrow. This next few days they start going back. Depends if they have orientations, and I think Sophia's
Wednesday and Friday.
I think Sophia's like a hostess for a freshman this year. So
Ambassador.
No, is it a whole? I think is it kind of a whole different feel in the community when the kids are back in school?
Yes.
I think it is.
Yes.
Like I think there's less traffic.
Nope. There's more traffic.
No, there's more traffic.
Just in the mornings.
Yeah.
More predictable traffic patterns.
But also, the kids running around at midnight on a Thursday night.
Right.
That part's different. It's
Right now,
quieter
there's
at night.
Not good evidence on
This guy. Like what would he be an expert at?
the academic impacts
Dan, don't answer.
of the 4-day
Coffee
school
breath.
week.
Aaron Powis with Teachers College Columbia University is watching the trend
With the cigarette
and
kicker.
argues there are better ways to tackle a teacher shortage.
The best way is to pay them better, and Missouri as a state ranks
It's all
basically
about the teachers,
last.
dude. I'm
Next
telling
to
you,
last
it's
in the
all
country.
about the teachers holding the whole education system hostage. They keep getting millions and billions and billions of dollars, and it's not enough. We have to keep throwing more money in education, but no. Let's keep funding, Ukraine.
country in terms of teacher salaries.
In Independence, some parents have had concerns.
Oh, great.
Nice.
Oh, God.
She wants a 3-day week.
Hold on. Everybody be quiet. I gotta be able to say the next words here. This is exactly the problem. Listen, everything that we've spoke about for the last 15 minutes all boils down to these are our parents. These parents.
Yep, she is the problem.
I might try to rock that on Friday.
Good.
Bleach it, then purple
Make sure you
it.
show them guns at the time.
You can have a shaved head on one side with a purple willy.
Yeah.
She
the purple
might be
willy kicker.
against 4 days a week. Maybe
Let's see what she
But Hull
says.
says it's a step they needed to take.
I think this
Wait, we missed
really
it.
needs to lead
We missed
to
the unicorn.
There we go.
Teacher salaries.
In Independence, some
gives them an
parents
extra day
have
to
had
protest.
Here we go.
concerns.
It's a little bit of a shock.
But Hurl says
a little
it's
bit of a
step
shock.
they needed to
That's the only soundbite you got from her?
take.
I think
So is that
this
hair.
really needs to lead to a bigger discussion nationwide about, what are we going to do to support the teaching profession?
A conversation.
What do we
more-
do to support the children?
So the bottom line is this
Right, the priorities are wrong.
this all boils down to we can't find people to educate our kids that will be willing to work for 5 standard, regular, the way it's always been days. These people have to be lured into the teaching industry because the kids are such monsters being raised by those purple-headed unicorns that we saw from Missouri.
And they've been pampered since the pandemic.
and man, today's society has been pampered like
Yeah.
you wouldn't believe. Oh my God, no is no longer an option. You can't tell a kid no. Well, we can, us stiff fathers, and we can tell, kids no. But for the most part, a kid doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to accept no. Hey, you know what? I want to be on the girls' volleyball team. I mean, back in the day, you'd be like, no, you can't. Well, I identify as a girl, and I want to be on the volleyball team.
Cut it off first.
I promise you right now, there'll be some parents that would take that clear to the school board, and little Johnny would put on lipsticks and a bra and be the dominant bitch on volleyball. Right?
And in some states, they prevent you from telling the parents if Johnny wants to become Joni.
Yeah.
California.
So you can be
the teacher
Johnny.
can't even tell.
You can be
the
Johnny.
parent.
You can be Johnny, and you don't want to tell your parents that you want to be Joni if you live in California. So you're a boy, and you want to be a girl, but you don't want to tell your Dan Diaco parent,
right?
Because you know that your dad's going to flip out.
Cut a promo on you.
Yeah, going to flip out. So you tell your teacher. Your teacher then can help you become Joni, and doesn't have to tell your dad Dan.
No, they are prevented from.
Yeah.
There's a lawsuit from Catholic teachers in California who are saying it's against their religion to keep this from, to allow this policy to go through. And so what it does is it prevents a teacher who knows a child is having a gender dysmorphia from contacting or communicating with the parents in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, it's a violation of the law. Is that not upside down?
Did you see the cash big hundo?
Yes.
Travis from Semi-Auto Glass.
Yes, thank you.
100 big ones.
Oh God!
By the way, the food review is now officially sponsored by Travis. He stepped up, gave me a little bit of money. Philip PK. I will still reference Philip, the
That's
great
okay.
Philip, but money. Philip understands money.
Oh God,
is
Dan's dying. Dan's dying. Dan's dying.
Does he need a
Heimlich?
Heimlich? Seriously.
Heimlich.
Save him, Lemmy!
Heimlich. Yeah.
Oh God, Lummy's a healthcare hero.
Are you okay, Dan?
What were you choking?
Lummy McMahon, right there, within 4 seconds.
Wow.
What were you choking on, Danny?
I just went down the wrong pipe.
Your penis?
Water.
Did your penis sneak out of the?
I think I hit it.
I think you hit it.
Let me.
He rubbed it on the way up.
Dan's
to the
like,
Heimlich.
I'm so well hung that if you're gonna give me the Heimlich maneuver, you have to move my penis over.
Yeah, he did. It took an extra second, but we moved it to the side.
In order for him to get up
Would've been
into your
3
solar
seconds.
plex.
Yeah, exactly. He was blocking
Dan's
it.
penis goes clear to his solar plex.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Under his diaphragm, tucked under.
Everything about the show I love. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Hello. Just the shit they get into every day, they talk about every day.
Well, I have an hour and 15-minute commute, and if it wasn't for them, I don't know if I could handle it.
I just fall out of my chair laughing my ass off.
Hey, we'll be right back.
Are you staying or?
I'm gonna stay till about 10 after.
When?
I got surgery today. 10 after. So my dog busted my wife's nose last night. She was in the ER till 10:30, and
Why do you call Dan?
Just
I
so
did.
stunning.
Dan said X-ray, CT scan right now is the right answer. So I sent him pictures, and it turned out it wasn't broken. But boy, he's
How
like,
stunning she
it
is.
was bleeding like.
Did she get a
Look
cut?
at her.
Oh yeah, she did get a cut.
She did get a cut?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm
Dan,
upstairs.
you didn't suture it?
I'm upstairs chilling. It wasn't quite enough of a cut to suture
It
it.
was just small.
I'm upstairs chilling, and my son's like, "Dad, a rib just broke Mom's nose." And so I go downstairs, and it's
What'd your dog do?
She was just sitting down and, like witching hour after they eat and stuff and they poop and before bed they just kind of get all excited.
They get zoomies.
So he's doing zoomies, exactly what she said.
Yeah,
At the ER they thought I beat her. They must have asked her, how did this happen again?
Your husband, your husband's the
happen again? You got 2 broken black eyes. And so she finally literally took a screenshot of the dog.
Her eyes getting black?
No, not too bad. Not too bad.
So hold on, the dog got the zoomies, then what?
Got the zoomies and she was sitting there and he ran by her and just peanut the top of his head went right to the nose, right into the bridge.
What kind of fucking dog we got going on here?
He's super fat. They haul ass.
I know, but what kind of fucking, you got a dog track or something?
So she was dripping
girls
blood.
put their faces by dogs.
They do.
Sarah Lasker, you know this.
They all do.
Dumb chicks.
Well, you can leave the dumb thing out. You can just say, like my wife.
Chicks.
You can leave the dumb thing.
Faces your dogs.
Naive. We'll say naive.
Yeah, naive.
Naive women tend to put their faces close to dogs.
So I run downstairs, dude, and she's like,
that's
this.
lack of training. You see my dog. My dog won't bite my fucking face.
Me either. Or Art. None of the. My dog's afraid of me.
Did you watch my food review where I try to make Bella bite me in her face? I try to make her bite me in the face.
She wouldn't do it.
She won't. I
She
tried
thought
to.
she may bite me, and then I looked at her and she ran away like a little bitch.
Yeah, she.
Ouch.
What's
She's
going on?
all bark.
Checking shoes in here. No, she's not.
She's not. She's afraid of me.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
Jay's dog repellent. So is she gonna be? Is she gonna
She's
be okay?
fine. She came home. She just felt stupid. Even though I asked
She killed
her,
the dog?
and I asked her.
Is he out? Is he Old Yeller?
He didn't really know.
Dan is Old Yeller?
No,
Taking him out back?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna. He's gone.
Me and Dan will be over. We're taking
He's
him
gone.
out. We'll take
R.I.P.
him out
now
back.
means rip. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Rip's
hard.
done.
We're gonna put him on a fucking
jet ski. See how well he swims.
Exactly. I was just thinking about rope him up and fucking gang.
We'll put him on the floaty ski. We're gonna teach that dog how to barefoot water ski.
Ripley.
Ripley, you ready, Rip?
Yeah,
Just give me
you got 4 paws. You should be able to float.
That would be you'd
got
be in
web
so
paws.
much
You should
trouble.
know.
You'd be in so much trouble. You'd be in prison. If you
Yeah.
did that. Kind of like what those guys did to that shark. Remember?
Oh yeah, I know exactly about that.
You know about that.
So she's fine, but it was frightening.
Are you gonna look at her? Are you gonna look at her incision?
Just come by. Yeah.
Yeah.
To us today.
She
It
needs
looks
to come by
really
that
good
Dan-
today, Dan.
She needs. Danny needs to look at it.
Oh, there's no doubt.
In case
First
you
thing
need
I
to put
did was
like
call
one of
her.
your fine Italian threads in there.
But they didn't have to set it. They didn't have to break it. I mean, she's gonna recover very quickly.
My name is Boomer.
My name is Boomer.
Poor thing, fucking zoom ass dog.
It's exactly what she said. It's funny. Zoomies. He had the zoomies in the evening.
Oh yeah,
I've
that's
never
the
heard of
thing.
the zoomies.
Really?
The zoomies are.
They get like a little witching hour. They get a little crazy.
Like,
in the evening.
like sometimes these zoomies, like fucking Bella will get like it'll be like.
It's a puppy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a puppy
An
thing.
Afro load in, they're running around the house, and they're like,
Little
chucking
cats
dirt
get
on
them
the
too,
street.
kids.
And it lasts about 15 minutes.
Yep.
And then they fucking tire themselves out, but they go fucking crazy. Like,
It's right before bed. He poops before bed, and after he poops, he's all light, and he comes in and just rips around the house for like 20 minutes.
Right.
So, but I wouldn't sit on the ground near his, where he's ripping. That's what she just kind of sat next around the pool table, and so he came ripping around the pool table, didn't see her, and just headbutted her right in the face.
Right in the fucking face.
Man.
Door frame Willie.
Biggie 737525. Cash out.
Danny, is today surgery?
Yes.
The TOS girls should really be. They should be really happy with me because I take all this out of you. For you.
Right. Get all this. Exactly. Get all
Or
the
do you just
business out.
rile them up?
No, I guarantee he rolls in there less gummed.
Oh, definitely.
Then
definitely.
is tomorrow surgery?
Way better.
Is tomorrow surgery too?
Yes.
And from home to surgery?
Yes.
So are you a little more irritable?
Absolutely.
On Wednesdays?
Yes, because I've released a couple loads of dickness.
And you're gummed up with the dickness?
Yes.
Where is that? I want to eat that. Where are you? Charlie. What's his name? Belcher. Thank you.
Oh, Charlie Belcher. How's Charlie doing?
He's doing good. He's eating sushi today.
I want to eat that. Without fish. Where you at, motherfucker?
Dan or Dawn Hamdorf, something did. A little piece of phlegm came out. Just stuck right in the back of my throat. Just couldn't see it. Stuck on my pants.
Ooh, it's like a sushi burger.
In Bubba, we trust. In Bubba, you lust.
Naughty, naughty.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be exclusively on Twitch today. That should be interesting. Twitch.com/the Bubba Army. We only do Twitch on Tuesdays. It's hence Twitch Tuesday. Danny will be staying for one more segment, then Jay will slide into that chair. Have any of you guys seen the Sound of Freedom? I've been trying. I thought I had I'm not admitting to bootlegging, but I thought I had a copy, and I tried to play it.
I've been trying to see it.
And it's just...
Is it at any popular AMC theaters?
Yes.
I think so.
Bubba, was yours like a handheld camera one?
I don't know what it was, but I'll tell you, man. I don't know
I think my son may or may not have seen Barbie that way with people walking in front of the camera.
Barbie.
And I just can't. So I put it up on the big screen, my little pirated copy, and I just couldn't get through it. To me, it's like the beginning is super weird, and the quality... I probably had 8 pixelations. It literally it was just like you were streaming 2400 baud on AOL back in '93.
I was told that you have to just wait a little bit for a better version to come out.
Okay.
On your sources.
It'll be available live streaming within the next probably 30 or 60 days, I bet.
Anybody seen it at all? No. And is it me, or is the beginning super weird?
I haven't seen it. I've heard a lot about it, though.
I have too.
You have seen it or not?
I have not seen it, but I've heard a lot about it. But for some reason, I just don't want to pay $15 to go to the theater and then just be sad for the rest of the day.
Right, it's hard to see a movie. It's like going to see Schindler's List. I waited till that came out on
it's rough.
Video.
But, maybe I can go to chat, look over at chat, and they can help me. Is it super confusing at the first? Because all I can remember before I turned it off about maybe 10 minutes into it, and
it's based on a true story.
And there's this
CIA agent.
There's this guy, and he's on a horse, and he shoots a couple of Arab guys, and then he goes to this Arab dude in the middle of the desert, and he shoots that dude.
This horse soldier.
And then hold on, then you're in New York City, and this guy goes, and he's got this this sand hourglass, and he turns it upside down, and he tells this dude he's got an hour. And then, is that...
This is John Wick 4 now? Because that's John Wick 4.
Am I watching?
You're mixing movies, I think.
No. Am I watching? Did I get the right... Is that...
Wrong bootleg, Dan saying.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I mean, those are scenes from literally John Wick 3 and 4. With the hourglass and the sand, doesn't make any sense. And this is part of the Sound of Freedom, you say?
Yeah. So I'm watching the Sound of Freedom, and it opens up with this guy, with this
Scorpion King.
Hold on. I'm watching Sound of Freedom, and it looks like it opens up with this. It opens up with this guy punching. Maybe a guy punching a board with rope wrapped around it.
That's John Wick, bro. That's John Wick 3 and 4.
He was John Wick 3, Song of Freedom.
There was so much action in that Sound of Freedom movie.
But hold on now.
They really shot a lot of people.
His hand was all bloodied up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's John Wick. I'm pretty 99% sure.
It was sent to me like it was
And he
it's
chased
the
a bunch
sound of
Arabs,
freedom.
and he chased a bunch of Arabs and was shooting them off their horses. Then confronts the one guy and then shoots him.
Yeah,
that's John Wick, bro.
The movie was crazy.
But they were saying it was titled "Sounds of Freedom." Watch now.
Hey, Bubba, chat saying that you watched the wrong movie.
No, but hold on. But hold on.
Shot like 400 people with that pit
hold
viper.
on. No. Then it goes to New York.
Right.
And this building blows up.
Right. That's John Wick.
But hold on. Then right after that, there's these two federal agents in a van that's outside of a creepy guy's house that has a special login code that's looking for girls to buy.
Now that may be Sound of Freedom.
It clicked over to the right movie at the end.
Maybe they mixed them on purpose so that it looked like it was something else. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's kind of like the little Iggy, let's make it look
they
like
throw in a John Wick 3-4 Willie, and then they start the movie.
Exactly.
15 minutes. See, you can only. I see, Dan. You're smart.
Dan.
I couldn't figure that out.
There's a building blowing up in New York. Got to do with saving the kids.
That's what I said. I literally turned to the merch crick and I said, "What does a guy punching a board to bloody knuckles have anything to do with kid trafficking?"
But I sent you a link of the opening for John Wick Chapter 4. If this is what you saw.
Oh God.
I want to see it.
Oh, I'm sure this is exactly what I saw. Here, hold on. And I'm like, well, let me see here. Is that it? Let me. Is it? Hold on. Let me move. Hold on here, guy. Put it over here. Let me see. You can help me.
Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, this is exactly what Yeah, exactly.
No, it's like, what's this have to do with child trafficking?
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I'm watching. And I'm like, what does this have to do? And then this catches on fire. Then it creates, and then this is exactly what I saw.
You didn't notice it was Keanu Reeves?
No, I did. I turned to Merch Crick and I go, I didn't know Keanu Reeves. I swear on my son. I turned to the Merch Crick and I go, I didn't know that Keanu Reeves was in the sound of whatever the hell it's called.
Oh, he's in a
Sound
cameo.
of Music. Sound of Music.
You ready, John?
Catch me some pedophiles.
I'm like, are these the guys that are going after the bad guys that are trying to get to kids? Or
Yeah,
what
man.
is this?
John Wick.
This dude here is this guy into kids or into maybe policing against the kids?
He's going to save all the kids in the world.
Like, how can this be a movie about kid trafficking?
No wonder you were confused.
You got God, that's funny. No, that's it right there.
And then Anna was like, she's kind of got into the same situation where she's been snooping around for a copy, and she got a couple of copies, and they just were horrible.
I didn't like the Barbie movie. I don't understand. I thought it was Sound of
Can I
Freedom.
ask
By the way, the
a
Barbie
question?
movie. Yes.
Why are they making this movie political? Like, why do they have to call it a Trump-endorsed Sound of Freedom?
It's Christian funded, and
but it's about
I know.
a guy,
I
a true
understand.
story, and child sex trafficking. And so when I see Democrats unilaterally dismiss this movie as though it's some sort of right-wing propaganda,
Trump
I
endorsed
just
Sound of Freedom.
I just don't understand it.
I'll tell you why. Because of the whole migration issue, a lot of people are getting trafficked through the border because
Right.
we have porous borders. So they think to the left, again, this is not what it is. I'm just saying what they're saying is the fact that if you condemn this movie, then you're saying that you want more porous borders and things like that. Because otherwise, if people like us who think that we should have tighter border restrictions and we'd want to stop this sort of thing,
Right.
That's the reason why it's becoming
because it
politicized.
exposes what the problems with an open border are.
Correct.
Okay,
But wouldn't an open border breed more of this?
Right. So what
Correct.
she's saying is they're doing it to try to hide how bad their policies are, and they're doing it under the guise of, oh, this is just Christian right conspiracy theory stuff.
Right.
Child trafficking
Like-
is really not a big deal. It's not as big a deal as they say it is,
Most
which
of
is
the
huge.
most of the people coming over the border are good people who just come from broken countries and horrible regimes.
Which is true, but they're being sex trafficked by the cartels.
Correct. So in order to put a stop to that, we'd have to close the borders,
Right.
and obviously the left doesn't want that.
Have they, the people that have watched this movie and like this movie or don't like this movie or are on one side of the movie or the other side of the movie, have they at least validated the statistics, or do they use any stats? Has it been validated as a factual piece?
Yes.
Yes, and
it
the
based on a true
FBI just
story?
busted dozens and dozens of
based on a true
people
story.
in the last couple weeks for this, mostly Americans. It's disgusting, the systemic problem of human and child trafficking.
Don't they say that America is the #1 importer of children?
Right, and you talk about slaves, okay? They always talk about ending slavery and how important the United States was to ending slavery around the world. We were one of the first countries to do it, and yet we permit sex slavery. We turn a blind eye to it, and we don't take it with the same significance as we do other problems. So this movie just highlights for the rest of the country, like Anna said, what's one of the inherent problems with open borders? Drugs and sex trafficking. And this movie highlights one of the ones that they're not talking about.
Right.
There's our jerk track cruiser 20 on the Venmo.
So that's why it's got so much heat.
The fentanyl deaths have skyrocketed in the last 2 years. Human trafficking in America has skyrocketed in the last 2 years. But Biden does not want to address any of these problems, continues to defy the sovereignty of the United States to allow an open border, encourage people to come here from all over the place through the southern border. It's disgusting. He has grossly failed at protecting our country and protecting human lives that are being taken advantage of every single day because of this
humanitarian
disaster that he has amplified. He didn't create it, he amplified it. It was always there a little bit. Trump tried to minimize it and decrease it, and border crossings were at an all-time low.
But where are these
during
kids?
his administration.
Who?
They're coming from all over the world.
I understand that, but for what? Are
cheap
they,
labor and sex. But also, I heard a very interesting stat. If you're going to smuggle drugs across the border, you get a payday once. If you smuggle a human being across the border, they get paid for years and years and years when they traffic these children from the time they're 14 to 18 or 20. I mean, there's people that come out that were in the market for literally in the trade for 5-10 years.
Now,
and they just go up and down like
these kids
95 back and forth truck stations.
Are they being willfully? I mean, are their parents selling them, or are they being captivated, or
probably a combination of all of it?
Captured?
Yeah.
You know, like a 14-year-old in Colombia or something's walking home from school one day, and a truck comes up and throws him in the back.
It's also that, and you're at the border, and you're a minor, and you got a rape to get across and get your little band, and then once you get across, there's someone on the other side waiting to put you right into a truck and start trafficking you.
And then there's this whole underbelly of children labor and children sex.
And adult.
And don't forget organ trafficking.
What do you mean? Like only
like kidneys?
You said Oregon.
I said Oregon trafficking.
He said Oregon, but he said it with 3 syllables.
He said Oregon.
He added one in the middle.
Like he's like, this is only an Oregon issue. Like there's a whole new sleeper cell of like they have the regular child traffic chat, then they have the whole Oregon deal.
No, and this is creating a cheapness to human life. This is cheapening human life by having this border crisis. We are minimizing the value of human life.
Where are they saying that we're getting? Like, where do we get the majority? Like, where do most of these kids come from?
South and Central America.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of them.
Like Costa Rica, Colombia, Panama.
But not Costa Rica.
I don't think Costa Rica has a huge problem.
People aren't running out of Costa Rica because Costa Rica is such a wonderful country. But you have other countries that are less wonderful.
But countries that border Costa Rica are very volatile.
Yes.
And very thorough
on the one
third
side,
world.
definitely.
Guatemala,
Nicaragua,
Honduras, El
Nicaragua's
Salvador.
north of it. Panama south.
Isn't Nicaragua really bad? Like it's like
all those countries are
even as
horrible.
badass
sketchy.
as Dan and Jimmy Cleavis think they are.
It's pretty
they
sketchy.
might not want to go to Nicaragua.
But they have a more secure border in the northern border of Costa Rica than we do in the southern border of the United States.
Out of that whole
For
region,
real.
Jay, out of that whole region, what's the sketchiest country in that region?
Probably the big the three triangle and then Nicaragua on top of it. What's it? El Salvador.
El Salvador's just got a horrendous gang problem that they're trying to mitigate.
I've been to El Salvador, and we're supposed to do a medical mission of mercy, and there was so much animosity because of the recent civil war that they confiscated all our equipment, including the little stuffed animals we had for the children.
And then you guys couldn't do anything.
So I got to surf the whole time.
The MS-13.
I thought El Salvador was a lot better with those big prisons they've been building.
Yeah, that's pretty recent.
That Venezuela is actually worse now.
Venezuela is a disaster right now.
I always thought Venezuela was cool.
No, Venezuela
It was
They're
cool
eating like
before
Brazilian
Chavez.
trash.
And aren't the chicks super hot? Aren't Venezuelan chicks
used to be.
hot? The hottest in the world?
Colombia is now.
That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Colombia?
Yeah, they're all in Colombia, dude. Medellin.
How about Panamanian? I heard Panamanian women are crazy.
Yeah. Well,
True.
Well, Maria Guatemala's Guatemala's in that area, is it not?
Yeah, Guatemala's not great.
Guatemala's not terrible.
I don't think it's a great place.
I mean, I didn't.
A lot of people are coming from Guatemala. That's one of the nations. That's one of the countries.
There's
that
not a lot of
really
economic opportunities unless you're an American there.
There's none, or you have a great ass.
That too.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a great ass, I mean, but even if you got a great ass in Guatemala, you probably can't cash in on that ass like you could over here. Right?
No, I mean, you can with OnlyFans.
Well, yeah, true. I guess really
doesn't
all
matter
you
where
need.
you're at, what third world S-hole country you're from. With OnlyFans, it's a great equalizer.
OnlyFans
a vagina
probably
can compete with any other vagina.
Hold on, man.
On
You know how
OnlyFans.
many
See how quick
probably
he switches from child trafficking to this?
but hold
It's
on now.
incredible. It's the same guy.
Think about how many
They're adults.
I mean, think about how many maybe potential adult lives OnlyFans have saved. Women that would have to be in Nicaragua or El Salvador or Venezuela on the streets, you know, maybe hooking or doing. Now they can just sit and kick it out wide on OnlyFans and be in the privacy of their own home.
Yeah, but that's also another thing that's with the trafficking. They're being forced into doing that stuff. online.
So you get a guy, and the guy gets 8 chicks, and he says, "Okay, you guys are all going to be OnlyFan bitches."
OnlyFan rooms.
Until you pay off your debt.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it's not. It's another opportunity for trafficking people.
Well, I like to see the movie because the movie has supposedly been, you know, it's based on a true story. Now, based on a true story is one thing. Being super factual and close to a true story is another thing. Is this one very?
But it's irrelevant, Bubba, because really the point is not the story. It's the situation. It's the problem. It doesn't matter the story. Just like if there's another movie about World War II or Vietnam. Let's do a Vietnam example. Another movie about Vietnam. It doesn't matter if it's fake or real. It shows that Americans were vilified when they returned. It shows that the locals in Vietnam did not want the Americans there at any time. They didn't want the French there.
And the military industry complex wanted it
powered
there.
it, right, and funded it and powered it and kept.
And one of the reasons why we killed
Jay,
and one of the reasons why we killed the CIA, the CIA, the FBI
government
with a tinge of trafficani. The reason why we killed JFK is because he wanted out of Vietnam. He was going to have our troops out of Vietnam before his first term was over.
And which is why a lot of people who support Trump feel like the same thing's happening to him because he's the only president that didn't go to war, and he's against the industrial military complex, and he's against the fourth wing of government, the deep state. And so he's facing all those same headwinds, but instead of being assassinated, they're throwing the long arm of the law against him, which is unbelievable.
Like, listen, I'm not even sticking up for the dude. I've never seen a dude catch so many charges in my life. You know, God, this guy is catching. Like, they're going to have what? They say there's potentially beef.
He's got 78 charges already.
Yeah, but they're saying there could be 4, maybe 5 simultaneously Trump, trials being either planned or in session when he becomes president. There could be 4 or 5 trials.
And
like, are you kidding me?
I think that most of these things should just vanish because president has immunity while in office against criminal and civil suits.
Yep.
So all of these suits that have been filed against him while based on behavior while in office, for instance, the potential Georgia suit, the potential January 6th, the January 6th charges, should all be summarily thrown out because you cannot find a president criminally or civilly liable for acts while in office. Period. They should all be 100% thrown out.
Can you say the period again?
Period.
There you go.
I
kind of like the inflection, Dan. It shows something. Thank you.
Because he got levity there because it's true.
It's true. And so none of these charges should be even have been filed. He should be challenging the actual charges because as a matter of law, they cannot charge him for criminal activity.
Or George W. Bush would have been charged for waterboarding.
Right.
And people would the Republicans would have tried to charge Obama for droning people and killing American citizens overseas.
For murder. Right.
And they would be you can't second guess the decisions of a president.
If I could
he
use
has to have
one mechanism. There's one remedy if the president screws up, and that is impeachment and the trial afterwards.
And they tried that
and they
twice.
failed.
They can do what happened before being president and what happened after being president.
Right.
That can be civilly liable because remember, Clinton had to deal with Jennifer Flowers,
and
during his presidency,
right. So anything that Trump did before he was in office and after he was in office, he could be liable for. So theoretically, the
Stormy Daniels,
the Stormy Daniels thing could be an issue,
except the statute of limitations ran,
and then the state tax fraud issue, which is again a stretch on statute of limitations, could theoretically stay in play. And then the civil lawsuit of the rape from 35 years ago could still
he could be held liable for that.
But the actions of January 6th and the potential criminal charges because of what he said to the Georgia politicians should absolutely be non-existent. He has presidential immunity. They should be thrown out. And the prosecutors who know that he has presidential immunity should be sanctioned and disbarred for taking such an egregious action against the former president of the United States.
I mean, Jay said it best while distancing himself from you, Dan, that there used to be a certain amount of presidential decorum that presidents had for each other, new ones from old ones and old ones from new ones. So, like, there was a certain amount of decorum when, Clinton handed it over to Bush.
Clinton kept his mouth shut.
But Obama didn't give the same decorum to Bush because when he came over, you remember they started talking about, we're going to investigate the CIA guys that did the waterboarding, and we're going to prosecute. Remember they even talked about it.
Yeah, but they didn't. But they didn't. They didn't do it. They did so because somebody got a hold of Obama and said, one of the skull and bones dudes or the Rockefellers or whoever got a hold of Barack and said, Barack, there's a certain amount of decorum that comes with being the former president. You kind of got to have his back a little bit.
And
that's just the way it goes.
And he had advice of counsel, the same thing that President Trump is relying upon, which he had a lawyer for the executive branch determine whether or not waterboarding was a valid mechanism of trying to interrogate a suspect. He had a document to rely upon, which is why he was okay.
Right.
And so allegedly,
but there
Donald
is no
Trump
more,
has one from John Eastman.
But hold on.
A constitutional
but there is no
memorandum.
more decorum. Now it's, let's go ahead. That's completely flipped. And it's like, man, let's lay the wood to everybody.
Yep.
Let's just lay, you're gonna do something to me? Well, the next day we're going to charge something with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jesse Waters laid it out. I mean, did we
The
play
timeline,
it? Did we play it here? I think we did.
It's like as soon as something goes bad for Biden, they do another charge on Trump.
Right.
It's
Every time.
disgusting. It's
all becoming like now that wait till Georgia one's going to come out right before the debate.
Here's my deal. Here's my deal. If you're over 80, you can't run. You just can't. I'm sorry.
Can you just have a cognitive test?
I think so.
But then it's like, who's administering the cognitive test? So where are those watchdogs?
I mean, like the McConnell deal.
Yeah.
Like, come on. After 80, we need to have some rules around here.
Term limits.
Well, not
term limits.
Term limits.
Term limits so people don't spend their entire career like Joe Biden getting rich for 50, 60 years, where their entire family's been profiting off their name forever.
The House and the Senate are one of the very two bodies of government that do not. I mean, like
we do in Florida.
The governor has term limits. The mayor has term limits.
The president,
the Supreme Court does not.
No,
neither do sheriffs.
Really?
Yeah, sheriffs don't have term limits either.
They can be elected as many times as they want.
But then when people argue, at least in terms of Congress, that it's the will of the people, like they keep getting voted in.
No, let us have a referendum though, as the people saying, should there be term limits on senators and congressmen?
Yeah, like Congress vote on that. I'm sure we'll know where.
No.
They won't even put that to vote on.
Let us vote on it.
Right.
Let us, the people, vote on it
directly.
Yeah. Let it Yes, that's the true pulse of America. When we
but that's
get an opportunity. I mean,
we're not a democracy, we're a republic, so it's
a democratic republic.
Yeah, but we choose people to make decisions for us, and that's the problem.
Representative government.
So we're about to be the Democratic Republic of China.
should I watch this Sound
Only
of
we
Freedom?
could be so lucky.
Might make me
Yes.
really hot. I mean, it might
Yes.
make like not hot as in like, you know.
Make you mad.
I think it's going to make you mad.
Make me mad as hell.
Here's why it's going to make you mad, Bubba, because you're going to understand after watching the movie that there is a real problem with child trafficking, and you're going to be really irritated when you hear people on the liberal side of the political spectrum dog the origins, the financing, and the support of the movie instead of addressing the crimes within the movie and the disgusting problem that we have.
Right. Now-
Because for some reason they just want to turn a blind eye to it all.
Have the agencies, the big three, FBI, Homeland Security, Immigration, CIA, whatever, are they now, because of this movie, is there a task force? Are they looking into this?
They've had it forever.
This guy was part of the CIA task force.
They've been fighting it.
Oh, hold on, I got a phone call.
Underfunded.
It could be a bill collector. Hello? Or it could be.
May I speak to Alan Wagner?
Yeah, go ahead. This is Alan. Got your ears on.
Oh, yes, sir. My name is Max.
Yeah, I got you on my radio show.
Alan.
You're on my show, on the Mick Allen show. What are you looking for, buddy? I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a bunch of things. What are you looking for? How can I help you?
Based on your position as the president at Wagner McLaughlin, we'd love to send you a free digital subscription that's titled Lawyer IQ from Esquire Bank. It's sponsored by Esquire Bank to your work email that we have, which is Laura.
Hey,
right?
Do you got like a Elmer Fudd type speech impediment? Because I can't hardly understand what you're saying. Something about some legal book or something? What are you trying to sell me?
No, to send you, it's free. We're not selling. To send you a free digital subscription.
So he has to open a link that you send him?
So hold on. What are you sending me? A free credit card?
A link into your computer.
Oh, no, sir. So it's a free digital subscription with businesses insights they didn't teach you in law school. Lawyer IQ means business, and many more.
That they didn't teach you in law school.
But hold on, buddy. Hold on. I never went to law school.
They got the wrong guy.
Okay, so, well, this is free information just to say thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Yeah.
Mr. Wagner.
So now, hold on. Can I ask you a question and you just shoot me straight? Just shoot me straight.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, is this a way, are they paying you, wherever, and to be at some internet cafe, and you call people to get my email so that you can send a link to me, and then next thing you know, you're draining out my entire bank account because I clicked on a Trojan horse, internet cafe, Nigerian Willie? Is that what this is?
Respectively, no.
No, it's
not
India.
at all.
Where are you calling from?
Where are you calling from right now? Are you calling from Tulsa?
No. I'm in a call center. The company I'm calling on behalf is TradePub.com.
I know. Where's your
now?
But where's your call center located?
Right now?
Yeah. Where? Like right now? What? Where
are you?
Where are you? Hello.
Well, yes, I'm Wagner. So.
What I'm asking is, where are you right now? Where do you live? What country are you calling from?
What are you wearing?
Well, sir, I'm in South Africa, but right now.
Oh, Africa! I love Africa.
Oh, really?
Man, I'll tell you one thing. One of my fetishes is to hook up with an African woman.
God.
I've never been with a real African woman, and my lord, I heard they are beautiful, little Nubian princesses.
Fufu.
Mm.
I will. So, would you like me to send you this free digital subscription?
How about some pictures of some of the girls from Africa?
Okay.
How about taking a few pics of the girls in the call center right there in Africa?
Sending those to us.
Sending me. You obviously have. Hold on. You obviously have my phone number.
Big dark
so
nipples.
snap me.
Dan.
Snap me a few pics of a couple of the hotties that are rolled up in there. I'll give you my digital. I'll give you my email.
We already have your email, Mr. Wagner. We just need to verify if it's still correct.
Well, how do you got my email? I never gave you. How did you get my email?
You recently logged onto one of our partner sites. That is how we were able to
because I logged in. Hold on. Because
cookies.
I logged into one of your partner sites, and then they sold that data to you to have you call me and shake me down. That's how this works. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie.
Not to shake you down.
You're shaking me down, buddy, because you're going to send me a digital link that's going to link your bad guy stuff into my Bank of America account. And next thing you know, I'm, back living in a 31-foot trailer like I was in 2017, bitch, because you took all my money.
That is not going to happen, Mr. Wagner. That is not going to happen, sir.
What's going to happen? You're going to send me a digital link for some stupid ass something that I don't. What are you sending me? A digital link to what? Pornhub?
No. Lawyer IQ from Esquire Bank. Lawyer IQ.
Lawyer IQ? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, lawyer IQ.
So, from when you were in law school?
Yes.
From when I was in law school. I learned everything I needed in law school. I'm one of the top lawyers here in Tampa. I'm part of Diaco, and Clem, bitch. I mean, don't you understand?
No, I understand. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, well, no, you don't hear. No, you do not hear what I'm saying, because I'm calling you an internet cafe scammer, and you're gonna get somebody to give you a link today, and you're gonna drain their bank account.
It has nothing to do with bank accounts, sir. Not at all.
What does it have to do with then? Exactly. Mm-hmm. Man, he stayed on a lot longer than I thought he was.
You locked him up quite a few times.
Man.
Yeah.
What is that, Dan? Is it, they send you? They get it. They get in. They send you a link so they can get into your computer.
Yeah.
Right.
Then they find out everything you want, and then you get more things that are directed to.
And he got
Wagner.
my original information from a link that Mr. Wagner had clicked on. So they're always looking for you.
Whatever you say, accept all cookies.
Son of a bitches. Anyway, Dan, it's late. You got to go. You got your first person on the table.
Everything, man. I love everything about the show.
Yeah, they make my day great.
Keeps me entertained. Keeps the day going.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
How are you?
Take us to EsquireBank.com. Lawyer.
He is Jeffrey Trevante. Is he over there at the law and stuff? He's going to.
Jay, don't get comfortable. You got to walk out with this.
Oh, sorry. When are you going?
Sunday.
Sunday, like during the day?
Yes.
He's there sometimes during the day. Like the brunches are good, though. You're gonna love it. It's pretty.
I'm excited.
Pretty fun.
Lawyer accused of business.
What's up, everybody? Time to go. I'm gonna piss bad. Also, he's my name also. Yo. I also want to see Oppenheimer, but that shit's 3 hours long. I mean, I don't think so. Scammer payback on YouTube? No. Can I pee really quick? Or let's go.
Yeah.
Is on the air today. That's what I heard, Big Red. That's what I fucking heard.
I've seen it bounce there. No, it's pretty decent. Sometimes it gets repetitive after a couple of them. Sometimes a little better voice. Change organic. Set up organic gene.
And then, well, that's happening. No matter what.
Lummy, do you got chat more than anything in the world?
Of course. Of course. So much eating after it. Organic gene. Thank you, Google Lips. Steve. Good morning, Steve, you grumpy old man. Thank you so much, Gus Travis. Big E. John Kent. Good morning, DB Bud. Morning, bitch. Jay. Yes.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Jay?
I'm good. Other than when I drink this big cup of water, Nick got me this cup, and I drink the water now. I pee all morning. I've never drank this much water in my life. It's super healthy for you, I'm sure.
Yeah. You feel better though?
I do feel better.
That's good. Morning, Douglas Shortish Nerd. Iggy.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I like it. The food's great. You going with some girlfriends for an afternoon? That's cool. What up? Nash, Young Boys, Mitch, PDP.
You gotta make reservations like way in advance too.
What's up, Biggie?
Well, I did at least.
If you ever need to make it earlier.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean that's when we were available anyways.
I can help you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
But I'll ask for him. I'll try to get a picture or something.
Cool, yeah. What's up, little Afterburst, Balancer, Iggy, Sluggish Nerd, Big Longer.
They're like a bunch of sharks circling in the water, searching for blood or any sign of weakness, and are ready to strike. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Oh my God, I need him so bad. And some stuff I got going on.
When Jay had passed the bar, his plan went into action. His brother Dan became the IROC man with veto satisfaction. But Jay don't play around. With co-eds trying to get shifty, he planned ahead, surfs up instead with Costa Rican feet. Cartels are his clientele. When he needs cover for Thanksgiving, instead of dealing with Dan or all the family drama, he's hanging 10 and fishing. He don't get good cell service. Even when you need to reach him, whatever's going down, he's going underground because Jay's in Costa Rica.
Jay's nighttime TT9 concoction has been approved by Dan.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting to see if it works.
Jay's in Costa Rica.
Dan, when the is Jay coming back? As we said, I don't know. He's post life vacation.
His legs are always restless. He's craving for some sleep. He's hoping Bubba's TT Night can finally knock him off his feet. He can tear his pectoralis or even lacerate his calf, but he'd rather be dead hanging 10 instead to avoid Antina's wrath. His family tried to get him to go see Taylor Swift. He got him box seats and then he hit the beach because he did not want to go with them. While Danny's in New Jersey. And he's flipping Italian pizzas. Jay's point breaking on another vacation because he's in Costa Rica.
That's true. Jay has been gone. Jay, come on. Are you coming here? Jay, how much more vacation do you need?
A lot.
The jury verdict says not guilty.
I think, you don't put your songs over as hard as Dan does, but that is, I felt pretty,
I love that one.
Pretty damn funny.
My mom thought it was hilarious. My wife thought it was hilarious. My daughter thought the Taylor Swift part. I mean, it was so good. And you guys know me on so many levels. It was awesome.
Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Today's after show will be about 10:30. It's a Twitch Tuesday. We can probably run a little looser over there. So we'll do that right at 10:30, Lummy. It'll be about an hour probably. And then, Lummy, we're fishing on Friday.
Yes, we are.
Do you think that we'll catch something right away? I mean, are you alert? Are we going to have worms? Because I don't want to use bread.
Okay.
So, worms and fishing poles with bobbers and little hooks.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get the
Did you get a straw? Did you get a straw hat?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, I got a straw hat too. We got to have our straw hats on. We got to look like fishermen.
Of course.
Like a couple guys on the banks. In the bayou. Now, will the goats mess with us? Are we going to be able?
5 minutes.
Are we going to be able? Can I spray them with a water gun or something? Because I know they hate water.
They may mess with us for about a minute and then leave us alone. That's about it.
I've never seen them leave you alone for a minute. When they know you're in the house, they are nonstop.
They'll get sick of me.
All right.
I'm just hoping that we can get that fountain working.
Did it break?
It hasn't been on since Monday.
Hold on. Why am I just finding out about this?
We thought it was a breaker that popped me, and Macho looked at it, and it wasn't. So I put a call into Cretan and see what he says.
Is the water getting stagnant without the...
Well, it's going to, especially with the amount of rainwater and how hot it is.
Fish will die. You got to get that thing moving.
I did not know that the pump aeration gimmick was broken.
It happened yesterday, and we just thought it was the
breaker.
It might have been the rope wrapped around itself or something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it today with them too.
That would require you to get into the rowboat and row yourself over there, and that rowboat's not stable enough for a 300-pound man.
Well, I'm going to talk to Cretan Travis first and see if he has any other ideas before.
What he's going to tell you to do?
Get in the rowboat.
Get in the rowboat. Go out to the middle and see if it's wrapped. If maybe one of the cords from the cinder blocks got sucked up into the pump or something.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you exactly what it's going to say.
I'll get on it.
You got so many different things to do you not?
Yes, I do.
Oddly enough, I don't have a problem with this. This is Mitch McConnell at a I don't know if it's a fundraiser or it's just some type of personal appearance, and the crowd starts catcalling him, telling him to retire. Hold on. Retire! And oddly enough, I think this is in bounds. I mean, if you're going to be one way, you got to be fair on both sides of the fence. I mean, this guy isn't Congress and the House and the Senate. It's the oldest it's ever been.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's the oldest that it's ever been. That's part of the problem.
Yep.
We don't have people, necessarily sharp people from 30 to 50 in government for the most part. It's all 65 plus. And that's part of the problem. Retire! And when you're going to have a press conference and you're going to sit there, they say, for 20 to 25 seconds and just get, you literally have no idea where you're at, what you're doing. You stop in mid-sentence, and then they have to escort you off. I think you might be having cognitive... Now, listen, this goes for Biden, too.
Oh, yeah. Just across the board.
Yeah, across the board. Republicans we have our own version of, they have their own version of Joe Biden.
Mitch McConnell is Republican.
That's what I'm saying. This is the Republican version of Joe Biden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I don't think Mitch McConnell has any business being the president at all.
He's trying to be. Look at that vagina neck.
I think that we need to have, if you're over 75, you can run as long as the election is before your 71st birthday. Your 75th birthday. If you turn 75 in office, that's fine. But you can't. You have to be elected You have the election has to be at least while you're 74.
You know, that was one of the things about both Clinton and Obama is that they were young and they were relatable and they were not old. I mean, Obama celebrated, I believe, his 50th birthday in office.
And there was a certain amount of, and I'm not trying to offend those that are not Democrats, but, you know, with Clinton and Obama and even George W. He was relatively young. There was a certain amount of
likable. They all lit a room up when they walked in.
There was a certain amount of pop culture. It was a certain amount of pop culture coolness.
But they could relate to the younger. They
Right.
had children. I mean, these people are so old. Their children have children who have children. I
Right.
mean, this is like how many generations?
The people that
off
are
can
in
we
there
have?
now have great grandchildren.
Right.
Right.
Is that a fact?
Well, I mean, think about.
yeah,
I guarantee
think about
if
it.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't, Mitch McConnell doesn't.
You don't think
these
that?
people?
You don't think?
I'm
Hold
just
on.
asking if they do.
All right.
have
So hold on.
grandchildren.
Does Hunter Biden? I mean, hold on now. Joe Biden has great grandchildren.
I don't know if he does.
Doesn't he have how many?
don't
How many
know.
kids
He's got
does
at
he?
least
How many
7
kids?
grandchildren.
It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying the age is obviously what we're looking
here's
at.
why it matters.
Maybe not
is
great grandchildren. That
relating-
mean his children's children had children, right?
My point is relating to the voter. Sure, there's a lot of people that are over 65 that vote, but there's a lot of people that care about the current state of our economy, the current state of world affairs that are a lot younger than that and that can't relate to somebody who's that old. So what does AOC have in common with Nancy Pelosi? Nothing. Do you think they could sit in a room and talk about anything other than how to take over the world? No. So we got to think of how we can get younger, more engaged politicians involved. And so one of the reasons is, why would anyone put themselves out there when the first thing to do is attack you and kill you? That's the first thing they do, is try to categorize you and label you as something, and then you fight that forever. For example, Vivek Ramaswamy, an American of Indian descent, one of the we have the most diverse Republican primary candidates ever. They're trying to castigate this guy as being racist, as being, you know, because he's anti-woke.
I mean, nobody's
He's
actually
a person
even,
of color.
Nobody's actually taking him seriously.
Because they just they immediately try to categorize the same thing they did with RFK.
No, what is he skewing?
What did they do
like
with RFK?
5 or 8%?
Yeah,
He's in like second place behind Trump.
They call
in a lot
RFK,
of
you
polls.
know, anti-Semite, a guy who's committed decades of his career to helping Israel and Israeli politics. I mean, really? It's like what they do is they marginalize the voices that are of concern to them so that they can castigate them all as conspiracy theorists or racists or misogynists
Or fake
whatever,
news.
whatever ist they are. And when you look at a candidate like RFK or Vivek Ramaswamy or some of these people who are saying things
Poor
that they
Vivek's
don't like.
never going to get voted on just on his name.
That's
Vivek
what they said. That is
Marmar.
exactly what they said about Barack Obama.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Exactly what they said. They're like, who the hell
think
would
he's-
vote for a guy named Barack Obama?
I think he's got a chance next time.
Hussein
You know, in the
Obama.
future, I think Vivek Ramaswamy has a
What's
chance.
his? How do you say his name?
Viv-
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Once you figure it out, it's easy to say. Just
Vivek
like Barack Hussein
Ramaswamy.
Obama is. You know, he was Barry in law school. He wasn't Barack. He changed it when he became a politician when he was in Chicago.
I like Barry better.
Yeah.
Barry Obama. That's got a pretty good ring to it right there.
Sure does.
Like a porn star to me.
B.
But let me.
Pizza
What's this?
delivery.
This is.
Is this Marquise Brown?
Yeah, Marquise Brown. Now, who does he play for?
He used to play. I think he still plays for the Cardinals.
Right, and he gets pulled over.
I mean, I could be wrong now. but-
Don't they have to tase him out, or does it get confrontational?
I think they're just asking what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, he's still on the Cardinals.
Oh, hold on, he's already handcuffed there. Hold on.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now.
Oh, I remember watching this.
dang.
He was just going like 135.
Yeah, that's it. He was just speeding.
So now, and listen, I mean, like 135.
126.
Okay, 126. Now, that's not that big. I mean, it is a big deal. But most FHP guys, if you're, not all over the road and not putting people's lives at risk, they usually don't take you to jail on this. They just really light you up on the ticket. Like, reckless. I mean, you're going to have a couple $1,000s worth of tickets.
Yeah, you're going to have to hire a defense lawyer.
You're going to have to hire Jay's best friend that fights tickets. Actually, Kevin Hazlett is really good at this as well. I don't know that you have to act this crazy. I mean, the cop might be a little bit overboard on this. Watch.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. You're going 126 miles an hour. Turn around.
I mean, let me ask you a question. Would they do this to Dan or Jay Diaco that were driving a Ferrari on 275, white, Italian, rich guys? Or do they, automatically do this because the guy's black and, got dreadlocks? I'm just saying. Jay, I guarantee you that if you got pulled over at 126, that when they came up and you were dressed in a suit and you're headed to court and you're running late, I don't know that you'd ever go that fast. Maybe you were just trying to open it up a little bit in Ocala. No. I don't know. I don't necessarily know.
But do you think that a guy, let's just, because I wouldn't go 126 in the street, but if you think, would a white guy in a Ferrari get treated differently than this guy? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
because they know the guy in the Ferrari's got lawyers and has ways to defend himself, and they look at this guy in the car that he's in, and they categorize him as something because he's black and he's unfairly treated. It's bull.
It is.
It's complete crap.
I agree.
Criminal speed.
The guys
would never yoke someone like that up out of the car.
They're not. The guy's not resisting. The guy. Let's just go back to the very front. The guy's not being
shocked.
The guy's not being. I mean, he was going 126. I don't know how he was driving. Whether he was driving erratically or whatever. But that being said, there was no disrespectful confrontation when the police officer came to the window. He was like, he wasn't like, man, when you pull, like, he just pretty much
did he take him on a chaser or something or no?
I don't know. Because
that would be a little different.
I don't
if
think
you just
so.
Chased him down.
Well,
let's see.
A lot of assumptions.
Here we go.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. You're going 126 miles an hour. Turn around. You're under arrest for criminal speed. Where's your ID at?
I don't know, man.
Does it get worse than this?
I don't know.
The hell are you going that fast for?
So I was on my way to football practice, so I was just...
Where's your ID at?
It's in the middle part of my walk, in that glove part right there.
Where at?
In the middle right there, yes sir.
Right here?
Yes sir.
He's being super respectful.
Yes.
The top part. Behind that credit card in the middle.
Got a Kanye shirt on. Donda.
How old are you?
Good album.
25 years old, sir.
You know better than going that fast.
Yes, sir. I'm new here, sir.
All right, well, 126 miles an hour wherever you're at.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was going that fast.
You the only one in the car?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Gucci wallet.
I don't know, man. They wouldn't be doing this to Jay Diaco.
But I mean, right now on both sides, I don't see really a problem other than the way he yoked him out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, and if indeed he does arrest him, hold on.
I don't see any problem with any of this.
He could be a dick. He's not like
what?
He's not. You can be like a dick cop if you're not hurting someone. If you, if you're being rude, there's no laws against being rude.
I know. I'm just saying. I know how many times I've been pulled over going 126, and they always let me off. I never get treated this way.
Okay.
Yeah, your BTLS though. It's a little.
No,
different.
I'm just saying though. Like, I mean,
but
this guy.
If it was a black celebrity he knew, he may have gotten off as well. And you just to make it a race thing, maybe it's more of a class thing. Like, what if he pulled over and it was Shaq, and he's like, oh well, Shaq's huge, so maybe someone who was a little bit smaller. It was Kevin Hart, whatever. If you're driving your Ferrari,
Kevin Hart needs a
and
booster.
you're black,
Kevin Hart
or you're
needs a
driving
booster
a
seat.
Ferrari and you're white, doesn't really matter. It's more of a class thing. But right, so don't make it necessarily a race thing when it could be a class thing.
I'm not trying to make it a race thing, even though it's a race thing.
People were just automatically assuming that everyone's racist. You don't know if maybe the cop is Hispanic, maybe the cop's half black.
No, the cop's white.
Or maybe the cop's seen somebody who got killed from people speeding and has really a personal, you know what I mean?
Right. So, we're just assuming that this is always a race thing. That's the problem, is that anytime there's a confrontation between two people of different races, we automatically assume that it's a racial thing.
I play for the Cardinals.
You do?
Can I have your
gonna look good on you, dude. You slide your ass
You make a
over
valid
there.
point on it.
You do?
Thank you.
This ain't gonna look good on you, dude.
I've always said that, what the biggest discrimination is green. I mean, black and brown is super, but when it's people who do not have resources get railroaded through the justice system.
But this guy's got resources.
That's what they don't know. So he'll be fine.
You just slide your ass over there.
Let me get my dry cleaning back in there.
Yeah, Anna, he's not. This cop's not helping his cause.
He's not doing anything.
You're in a carpool lane too, bro.
So what are you supposed to do, Bubba? No, everyone should be let off?
No.
Or should we start like prosecuting and punishing people for breaking the law, even if they do have the means to fight against it?
I don't have an answer.
Then maybe everybody should be treated like this guy instead of saying everybody should be let off.
I don't have an answer.
It looks like in the state of Arizona, they passed the law that it's a misdemeanor if you go over plus 35 over the speed limit, and it looks like the statistic is 65% of people get arrested.
All right, well, then then 45 or 35% don't.
Yep.
And it would be interesting to see what the ethnic makeup of those 35% would be now.
Why do we always have to make it about race?
I'm not making it about race. Hold on. I'm not making it about race.
You just said
I would just like to know the stats. That's all. Wanting to know the stats isn't it about race, is it?
Well, you just said the ethnic breakdown. You didn't say what car they were driving breakdown. You know, you didn't ask for the financial earnings of the people he pulled over breakdown. You wanted to just know the race breakdown.
All right, I was just trying to make it as pure as I could.
Okay.
White, black, white.
Yeah, and her point is everything doesn't have to be distilled down.
No, I think it's more about class than it is about race, economic class than it is about race, and people get it confused.
We're very behind, so we have to go to words.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Man, Bubba's the best. Brutal honesty. When he gets full hot and just starts reaming on somebody.
They bring it. They don't hold back. They brightens up my day every day. We love you.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
And that's the thing.
It's all about cash.
Oftentimes that there's like an intersectionality people always talk about between race and class.
Right.
So we go, oh, you're getting railroaded because you're black. It's like, oh, maybe you're probably getting railroaded because you're poor. Because a lot of white people that don't have money get railroaded too.
Yeah.
Or maybe we just need to start being a little bit harsher to people who do have money versus like letting everybody off. Maybe everybody should be treated with the same punishment.
In Europe, there are some countries that will means test you for speeding tickets. So, for example, someone who doesn't have a lot of money may get a $15 speeding ticket, and someone who may be a millionaire may get like a $700 ticket or a $1,000 ticket.
That's shitty
That's
too.
fucked up, right? That's not fair.
No, it's not.
I think you just need equal application of the law.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
Yeah. To the best of your ability, but that's just, I don't know. I just like everything's always about race.
Do you watch any of the Club Random with Bill Maher ever? Because I'm not a huge Bill Maher fan, but he's better on his. I've become one more. Let me rephrase it. I'm not a real big fan of the Bill Maher show.
Yeah.
Some of the things he said on it make me think he's intellectually honest, although he's just crazy about Trump.
It takes a lot of intellectual integrity to be like the left has lost their fucking mind and I'm on the left.
And then he has people like Jordan Peterson on his show. So Club Random is his little podcast that he does. It's really pretty excellent.
Yeah. He's had a lot of people.
He just had Riley Gaines on, which no one would imagine he would have on. And I just think it's really interesting the way he, I think, honestly assesses the left.
Mm-hmm.
And how he says, I didn't change.
Fox News a bunch of times.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he still can have a conversation with people.
Yeah. Without.
The Riley Gaines one's pretty funny because they were teasing each other they were teasing each other a lot.
Yeah.
So, because she said she voted for Trump, and so he was like teasing her about being brainwashed, and so she was teasing him about being on Epstein Island, like the whole way through. So they had this really funny little thing going on. It was really shocking that he was so open with her.
Did you see the one with the actor where he was getting so comfortable because he was drinking a little high?
Oh, yeah.
He started admitting like he was having sexual thoughts about his mom and sister.
I don't think I saw that episode, but I do see him smaking and drinking with everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Maher.
Ice Cube was a really interesting one.
Well, Bill Maher, they started getting into a weird Hollywood.
Who's they? Who's the other?
I'm trying to think of
the
guy.
guest. Yeah. I really like Bill Maher. I really like Russell Brand.
I do too.
But I've been listening more to like.
And it's funny, 10 years ago, if you'd asked me about either one of those people, I would have said, Russell Brand is a fucking actor who's a drug addict. I don't care what he says. You know what I mean? It's like, I didn't care. He's so smart and he's so introspective and just poses really good questions.
Mm-hmm.
And, Bill Maher was kicked off the air for saying that the 9/11 pilots were heroes, that it took heroicism. He literally was, his show was pulled. He was like one of the first people canceled in history because people thought it was so offensive to say that the terrorists were heroes or heroic. And so that was like, he was one of the
I
first.
thought you were saying that the pilots on the U.S. planes.
No. Bill Maher was saying the people that went into the buildings were heroic, and he was just saying it took balls. Basically, and I'm paraphrasing it, but he was like the first victim of cancel culture. Way back when.
Was he making a joke?
He was sort of trying to make a politically satirical point.
Yeah, just like
but it was like, wasn't it within maybe a month of it was within a year of 9/11.
Yeah, no, it was in a couple of months, and it was in his little dialogue. They did it.
In the beginning of the show. What was that one called?
Not real time.
No, it was like
I said it wasn't.
Real politically incorrect.
Yeah.
Before there was such a thing as political correctness, he literally had a show called Politically Incorrect.
I know.
So yeah. So I respect that he also reinvented himself, got another show, and and he speaks his mind.
Talented, no doubt. He's a good host.
His stand-up kind of sucked. I wanted to like it. I watched part of it.
Spicy, yeah.
It was just average.
Playing all sides. Okay, yeah, they do sometimes, but you just profiled all cops. Idiot. Cops are wrong a lot, and sometimes they do profile. Yeah, they do, but not all the time.
And they have abused power for history
why don't you
and for decades. Actually,
up.
for hundreds of years.
So you watched RFK too?
Yeah.
Can you give me your best RFK Jr. impression?
No, I can't do it real well.
Not too much. Richard Dreyfuss.
Richard Dreyfuss got all drunk and talked too much?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Stupid idiot.
Did you see Vivek's appearance on the Breakfast Club when he was confronted by those people?
Yeah.
Especially like you've ever been like
That woman.
student government.
I think we watched it over
yeah.
here.
Oh, did we watch part of it?
Didn't we? But that woman was like,
Student government.
yeah. Yeah, what was her fucking circular reasoning? It was like,
If you haven't been
if you
involved
haven't
in-
been right, if you haven't had a leadership role, have you been in like ASB or student body? And he's like, I haven't. She's like, why would that matter?
Right, exactly.
And you're like, what the fuck? You just said the
You
standard.
just asked me the question and I
yeah.
answered it.
This is how they mostly interview. Like just, you can tell he was just
Oh.
started good, and then he just ended up and he's talking just
Getting
nonsense.
cut off.
That's fucking
Can't
hilarious. That's
fucking wait. Get it off of me.
Well, explain yourselves. Just like a six-pack of cheap Yiddish beer.
Don't surprise me. You look like a typical low-life character to me.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just in time for us to say goodbye to Jay and you as well, as we will be taking our show over to Twitch in about 30 minutes. We do it every Tuesday. It's Twitch Tuesdays. And it's basically so you can just keep your Amazon Prime free subscription going and got something to watch. Appreciate you guys. Jay, I'll walk you out, my friend.
Alrighty.
And guys, we'll be back at 10:30. You guys ready for that?
Yeah.
Perfect. See you there. Appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.